Ahoy, and welcome back to the Real Witching Hours channel. Here with me, Storm Blackwell, and we're playing Genshin again today. I was going to have us do this event, but apparently there's some prerequisite quests that we need to do. So I'm going to work on that. And yes, I'm in the same spot as last week. uh, Alright, let's see. Thankfully, since this is Archon quest stuff, this should be voice acted already. So let's teleport on in and see what's going on. Whoops. Not what I meant to do, but okay. Oh, right. I remember this showing up.
Alright, I guess I'll go with my textual criticism and your editorial direction for the first draft. I have a feeling that the missing Kabuki Mono will end up being the main focus of this paper. Ugh, if only we knew where to find that traveler. From what they say about him, this seems like the kind of thing he'd know about.
I don't.
Oh, you're the traveler, you say?
Hey, what's with that face? Don't believe us?
No, of course I believe you. Actually, I first heard about your great exploits when I was still in Inazuma. This is my first time coming face to face with you and your mysterious silver-haired companion. I couldn't believe my luck, and out of force of habit, I started, examining the evidence. Sorry.
So what, for the love of... Sorry, we don't get out much, so our social skills are kinda lacking. Traveler, I hear you've helped many people a great deal and been to many places. Would you be able to tell us about Tatarasuna?
Actually, we don't know much about that place either. In fact, we only came over here because we heard you talking about it and wanted to learn more.
I see. My teacher chose this area of research as a personal challenge. He said it's difficult to get into because even Inazumans don't know much about Tatarasuna's past. But who'd have thought that...
If you don't mind, I'd love to show you all my outline for the book I'm writing about Tatarasuna.
Hold on, Sawada. Don't you think that's a bit of a deep dive or a first read?
Well, fair point. In that case, please ease yourselves in gently by taking a look at Akaba's latest essay draft.
Let me give you some background. This all started with the discovery of some records in Tatarasuna. The writings mentioned someone by the name of Mikoshi Nagamasa, who crafted a fine blade.
I don't know anything about what these guys are talking about.
But in the end, he threw it into a fire to destroy it, and killed his servant Katsuragi. Why? Well, no one knows.
I hope I get that sword.
Apart from the swordmaker, his servant, and the one who wrote this all down, the records also mention a Kabuki Mono. This seems to be an Inazuman word for an eccentric stranger, someone who dresses funny or acts in an unusual way.
Aren't those the beetles that we get?
That's right. Akaba's teacher has spent quite some time researching these events on the ground. This Kabuki Mono lived in Tatarasuna for a while before disappearing without a trace. And shortly afterwards, as Akaba mentioned, things got pretty ugly.
So first this strange person goes missing, then a murder happens? Seems kind of fishy to Paimon.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. So I helped out too. I asked everyone I could think of if they knew anything about what happened back then. And wow! Did I get lucky?
I totally forgot last week when trying to, kind of do Paimon's voice. I forgot about that. You know what? Maybe I wouldn't have been able to even do it if I had remembered. She's got, something that makes it sound like there's something in her throat a little bit. And I can't quite put my finger on it.
Stop shouting!
This part's important. I just wanted to make it stand out. It just so happens that a friend of mine works at the government records office. He looked into it for me, and I can now confirm that all the aforementioned individuals did, in fact, live in Inazuma over 400 years ago.
Hold on. Quick break. I'll be right back. Like, literally right back. I don't know if you can hear me. I just was grabbing something from the other room. Ugh. I have an Easter basket. With some snacks. That one's empty. Already opened it before. I really want a piece of candy from my snacks. Here we go. Okay. Dump that out. Put the egg over there. Very good. Now I have candy that I will open away from the microphone so you can't hear it.
Even back then, Tatara Suna was already at the center of Inazuma's smelting industry. The man in charge was a government official named Niwa. Curiously enough, it seems like he went missing too.
Wait, so there are two missing people in this story now?
That's right! What's more, Niwa is a name with a lot of history to it. Have you ever heard of the great swordsmith clans of Inazuma?
Yeah? Yeah, we have. We know Kazuha. Kazuha was one of them. Kind of. We did a whole sword thing with him.
Oh, the swordsmiths? Yeah, like Ishin art and so on?
Wow, yes. You really know your stuff. That makes things easier. So basically, this Niwa was a distant relative of the Kaidahara clan, the last practitioners of Ishin art. Something then seems to have happened in the Kaidahara clan, leading to their downfall. I don't know the details, but taken in light of everything else going on around that time, it makes you wonder whether it's all connected somehow.
The Kaidahara clan?
Sawada, you left out the biggest detail of all.
Oh, yes, of course. How could I forget? Brace your minds, ladies and gents, for they are about to be blown. Or maybe you won't believe your ears. I wouldn't blame you, of course, because in all my years as a writer, this is by far the most.
Get to the point, for Pete's sake.
According to information acquired by Akaba's teacher, the Kabuki Mono was not a human, but a puppet.
Huh.
A puppet?
It's probably the Fatui guy, right? Yeah, the Balladeer.
Judging by the looks on your faces, you do know something after all.
No, Wyman just meant, how creepy. The way you described it makes it sound like a ghost story.
I agree, it does. But considering that non-human races in Inazuma are by no means uncommon, spooky events are to be expected. And that's exactly what my book is about. Please, take a look.
Oh God, why? Oh God. All right, hold on. Ugh. This game making me read. Hold on. Having a drink. Okay, let's get started. Man, don't they know I have ADHD? This is terrible. Author Suwada, Extract 1. A man arrived in Tarasuma around 3 in the afternoon. From afar, he spied laborers walking along the mountain roads towards the factories, their shoes scuffing along the jutting stones. They walked like people convinced that so long as they reached the fire raging in the mountain's belly, they might extract from it gems beyond price. The mood that the sight inspired was ineffable, beyond mere description for those not present to witness it. The man barked a cheerful greeting and sprinted to join the procession. There, a towering character who stood half a head taller greeted him with a heavy slap on the back. And yet, his words were filled with respect. "Do my eyes deceive me? Sir Miyazaki." Oh, hello, Miyazaki. I cannot think that the return trip here from Inazuma City could have been easy for you. Miyazaki I lost his accent. Miyazaki smiled, like a man taking the first steps on their journey. Expression relaxed. Why, Katsugiri, Inazuma is the realm of the almighty Shogun. I sailed upon the fastest ship, strode upon the swiftest sea routes. What dangers could I have possibly faced? And what about the good news? There was some, naturally. But the two burst into uproarious laughter, roughhousing with the other workers until the path's end. A young man dressed in a linen shirt and wearing a headscarf gazed into the dancing flames of the furnace before him. Now, the flames of a forge are unlike any other, for their intensity affects the resulting integrity of both metal and blade. So too, then, was the flame watcher an unusual individual. At his fingertips sat a lizard, and on his face he wore a smile, quite unusual. The workshop was huge, and the furnace was deeper within. A reasonable person might think that there should have been many working alongside the watcher, yet he stood alone. Only when Katsugiri and Miyazaki strode into the room did the watcher turn. This watcher was Niwa, armory officer and administrator of Tatarisuna. I know they've said it a few times, but Lord help me, I can't remember these names. Born to the Niwa clan, which served as one of the three pillars of the Ishin art, Niwa never argued with his siblings, and was a worthy successor by all accounts. The post he received as a result of his high standing with those in power served as a statement unto itself. Boy, I gotta say, this guy's voice somehow makes reading easier, and I don't know why. Miyazaki handed a well-bundled text to Niwa as he adjusted his expression and said, "It is as if you have said... It... That is right. Oh no. It is as you have said, sir. The elders of your clan in the city do not think highly of our plan. Yet I still believe it to be a worthy try. As such, I have found the proper vendors and procured the materials that you requested." Niwa studied the text and nodded. "We should try some of these new forging techniques. Whether Kaitahara says yea or nay." Katsugiri frowned, and with a sigh he said, "Forging is a precise and difficult undertaking. You know this better than most, sirs, and still you seek improvement each day with terrifying drive. Ah, should my Lord Nagamasa hear this, the sourness in his face shall be hard to miss." Niwa smiled, replying, "And how goes the forging of your lord's great blade, Katsugiri?" Katsugiri neither wanted to shame his master nor lie to his two friends, and yet he could not think of any way to deflect, and so groused, "I see your ears are as keen as your hands, Sir Niwa. The jokes of us unlearned men are as nothing before you." Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa realized the lizard from his hand. Oh, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsugiri's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking by, their footsteps light with the clarity of youth. The head that peeked in was round, and in the light of the fires looked like an oiled jewel. The young man placed some boxed food at the side, and nodding, he prepared to leave. Katsugiri called for him. "What about your share? Aren't you going to eat?" The young man, upon hearing those words, found himself slightly at a loss. After a while, he answered, "Very well, I'll try it." "You're welcome to the food. We all eat the same fare, after all," Niwa said. The man nodded and left, seemingly deep in thought. Extract 2. How many extracts are there? Three. There's 3 extracts. Okay. Extract 2. The Kabukimono was by the coast. Sunset fell to the accompaniment of darkness. The bands of twilight showed themselves not, for in their place did thunderclouds roil. Roil? Grumbling the omens of a coming rainstorm. Darkness filled the flesh of the sea. Very poetic. And the dusk bade the clouds to kneel upon the land, its supplication mirroring the Kabukimono, with knees bent and face pointed toward the waters. None passed that way, and none knew what he was waiting for in silence. Time passed, unmeasured and uncounted, till a black cloud suddenly tore free from the sky and began to circle the Kabukimono, bearing down on him like a nightmare. Though he was not aware at first, after his studying gaze was refined by time, he understood. This cloud had marked him from the very start. Unbound, a fishing boat... Outbound? Good boy. Outbound, a fishing boat drew near, the lights of its bow flickering in and out of sight beneath falling sheets of rain. A mist unspooled across the area, stealing sight from the fisherman. Repeatedly he exclaimed, "It is but dusk. How are my eyes darkened? Is there anyone that can deliver my boat upon safe tides?" Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat, and was joined in its breftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the Kabukimono stood idle, slanting his head to study the grand wreck. This is so long. This is so long. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help. No, that's unfortunate. And with a plop, it landed at the Kabukimono's feet. Oh, half an arm. Oh no, poor guy. He crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite out of it. Gross, don't do that. Yet he did not, for the dark cloud swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. The Kabukimono stared at it blankly, like an awakening dreamer. When he returned to himself, the clouds had scattered, as if they had never been there at all. As for the ship, could it have been struck down by a storm? Who was to know? Not the Kabukimono. But not the hippopotamus. All right. Extract 3 of 30. You're almost a tenth of the way through. No, this should be the last one. Hopefully he doesn't give us more. The other guy was right. This is a lot to read. Extract 3. Katsugiri rushed to the door and shouted, "My lord, things go ill at the furnace. I have searched for Sir Niwa, but there is no trace of him, and much time has passed since Sir Miyazaki left to seek aid, but he has yet to send us any missive. Look!" Mikoshi Nagamasa turned slowly, his face grave as one attending a funeral. He spoke then, his words heavy-laden. "I wish not to say such words, Katsugiri, but Sir Miyazaki may never return." Katsugiri peered past Nagamasa's broad, stiff shoulders beyond the windows. The clouds above boiled in waves of black, as if darkness now was the only weather, and might even morph into an abyssal beast and devour Tatarasuna whole. Over 10 people. I thought it was going to be like over 10,000. No, over 10 people had already perished. That was why Katsuragi? Yes, Katsuragi recoiled as if struck. Yes, it was coming back to him now, in dribs and drabs. That was why they had to set out to seek aid. Miyazaki had been the first to set sail. The clouds had only just begun to form then. Traveling from Tatarasuna to Inazuma to ask for support was normally a great feat, and yet there had been no sign of his return. Was normally no great feat, and yet there had been no signs of his return. Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth, till the Kabukimono himself had departed upon the tides, under foul skies and ominous fortunes. It had been Katsugiri who had brought him back and treated him as his own, and it pained him greatly to see the lad go. Yet the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. Even should they sacrifice more lives, it would have been worth it to gain assistance from Inazuma City. Niwa was gone, and none could find him. Afterwards, Nagamasa... No, that was right. Nagamasa. I feel like I'm saying that wrong, but I'm saying it correctly. Nagamasa led a search party into the mountains and the area around the furnace, all to no avail. Folk began to wonder if Niwa might have encountered an accident. But worry soon turned to suspicion, and they wondered if he had fled, unwilling to bear the sin of having caused these incidents. The people grew ever more suspicious, and Nagamasa himself strained against the discontent and fury. His face had grown to resemble the rumbling clouds above. Suddenly, a figure flashed by. Their presence did not go unnoticed by Nagamasa. He drew his blade and cut. Though he only nicked the silken veil the intruder wore. For a moment, they swayed, and then, like a marionette pulled by strings, they moved behind Nagamasa, laughing darkly. "Are you seeking someone, my lord? Niwa, perhaps?" Nagamasa bellowed in fury. "You dare address Sir Niwa directly?" Yet the figure parted like mist before the falling blade, only to rematerialize beyond reach and beyond sight. A ghastly apparition indeed. "Was it you who slew my people?" Oh, that wasn't the Balladeer. "Was it you who slew my people?" Nagamasa howled and charged, held back only by Katsugiri's desperate grip. As his senses returned to him, he realized he was but an inch away from falling into the furnace. It seems that the rest of this work remains unfinished. From the existing text, however, it is apparent that this is a novel of fantastical, colorful sensibilities, born from an imagination well utilized. Okay, we did it. We read it.
Please read my essay draft as well.
Oh my god. It took us 20 minutes to read the other one. Oh my god. Why do they do this to me? Why do they do this to me? A brief analysis of possible events of historical importance in the Tatarasuna area. Details. This text belongs to a series of works sponsored by the Humana's Veil Cutter Project. It has yet to be numbered. Author, Aquaba. Abstract. The Tatarasuma area has always been a major pillar of Inazuma's smithing industry. 2 incidents have occurred here, and the details behind the first are vague at best. I believe, however, that there might be a hidden history behind the events that transpired. Hence, this paper will attempt to analyze what may have unfolded from the available data. Glossary. Tatarasuma area. Raiden Gokuden. Mikoshi Nagamasa. Kabukimono. Ah! I am in pain. Introduction. This paper continues and expands the work of my mentor, Mr. Rumi, in his report on the happily hidden tales of Tatarasuma, and is intended to further this avenue of research. According to the data, the blade forging techniques of Inazuma were originally handed down from the Electro Archon, also known as the Raiden Shogun. Using the arts they inherited from their Archon, the people of Inazuma devoted themselves to the process of forging. However, strange rumors that did not quite fit the steely nature of metalworks yet linger about Tatarasuma. I know I said linger wrong, but I'm moving on. Which was the center pillar of the forging industry. Therefore, the Mikoshi and Niwa clans, along with an eccentric puppet, serve as the 3 windows of insight we need to investigate the truth behind what happened. Now take a drink. Clear my throat. Take another drink. All right. Body. Strange notes from the Tatarasuma area. Their contents are as follows. 1. Perhaps I overstep, but I think that Sir Nagasama's mood grows better when he forges blades. The obsession to cleanse the stain of the name Mikoshi must eat at him. Also, Sir Katsuragi discovered a nameless eccentric while patrolling around Nazuki Beach. 2. The inspector bought a certain number of jade steel ingots. Sir Katsuragi discovered matters of smithing deep into the night. Discussed matters of smithing deep into the night with the vice armory officer. I thought I would not have to read things. Oh, it's okay. 3. We at least made a single nagamaki. We call it the... Why do they make me read made-up words? If they just would not make me read made-up words, this would go so much smoother. But every time I get to these made-up words that all have like consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, vowel, consonant, two vowels, consonant, vowel, I'm like, what the heck am I supposed to do? Diatatara. We call it the Diatatara Nagamasa. Okay. These might not be made-up words, but boy, have I never seen them in my life. The inspector was in high spirits, and he and the vice armory officer, or who knows what they did, Nozomu, was so taken by the beauty of the Diatatara Nagamasa that he drew a picture of it, and he performed a sword dance with that wandering eccentric. They raised their attack power by 2 stages. Oh, never mind that. Moving on. Boy, I like Pokemon. I'm gonna get back to playing Pokemon after I'm done reading these things. No, I'm gonna play the game eventually here. Oh my god, I had no idea. Boy, this really stretches your voice acting chops, huh? And you know the drink. 4. Not that I'm doing like voices or whatever, but boy, am I reading these lines. 4. And we could not find that eccentric. The inspector flew into a rage and slashed Katsuragi. I'd need some takes. I'd need many takes for some of these words. The great blade cut deep into the flesh, cast his own Nagamaki into the furnace's flame. Nozomu could not abide by that order and drew the completely melted weapon out of the furnace. He was horribly burned. So the sword was brought out of the furnace. Interesting. I wonder if it exists somewhere now. Nozomu died. 5. Nozomu died that night. I dare say that while Sir Katsuragi may have committed so this is one that I just haven't come across, but I assume it means murder. Malfeasance. May have committed malfeasance. It was out of the goodness of his heart. Really? Interesting. Maybe malfeasance doesn't mean what I think it means. Where the heck is my... Hold on. I'll be back. Found it. There it is. Okay, everyone, time to learn. It's time to learn a thing. I'm going to look up How do I spell this? Malfeasance. I'm going to learn what this means. Wrongdoing, especially by a public official. Interesting. Much less specific than I thought it was. All right. So we learned that. We learned what malfeasance means. Makes sense given its root words. All right. Okay. Let's keep going. How many parts are there? Okay. Okay, I don't think this is any shorter than the other guy's thing, but sure. 6. Kinjiru hid the Nagamaki and Nozumu's drawing in the arsenal. Ah! That sentence. I sound like I'm having a stroke. Nagamasa is harsh, but also knows right from wrong. But even so, he is not amenable to reason. Amenable. He is not amenable to reason. His name indicates one obsessed with purity. Still, I and some households of Tatarasuna have not been blinded by the matter of Nagamasa's mother, Chiyo. Great, there's another character brought into this. And we trust him. I also remain unwilling to forget the joy of creating. Oh, the joy of creation. Here we go. The joy of creating the Dai Tatara Nagamasa with him. And that joy of watching that nameless eccentric perform that swords dance with Katsuragi. You two are my least favorite characters I've met so far in this game. Except for maybe that eccentric. But that's only because he murdered someone close to me. But you guys are close to that. You're torturing me right now. This is the stream. This is what the stream is. The stream is reading these. But if I don't, then what kind of Let's Player would I be? Right? If I just like left this stuff. I don't want Three Musketeers. Get out of here. I'll have you later. I want something else. I don't know what. Not Sour Patch Kids. They're also great, but another time. What else could I eat? That's another Sour Patch Kids. Whatever. I give up on the sweets right now. 7. Before we withdrew, we should have divided the arsenal key into 3 parts. They didn't. They should have, but they didn't. I'm guessing this means that they did. 1 for the inspector, 1 for the armory officer, and 1 to be left in Tatarasuna itself to prevent theft. But we were in too much of a hurry, and neither the inspector nor the army officer could be found. So I was so bold as to hide the 3 pieces within treasure chests in Tatarasuna. Another drink. Getting there, folks. The 7 notes mentioned prior have been scattered across the Tatarasuna area. Among the 7 notes, 6 seem to be of good physical integrity, though they all look quite old. While the last one looks more recent, I believe that the first 6 notes and the last are of different time periods, though the gulf of years between them needs to be verified. The contents of the first 6 should also be related to each other, as the incidents mentioned are quite consistent with one another. Rumi once mentioned in The Happily Hidden Tales of Tatarasuna, hereafter known as Hidden Tales, that in the past, researchers from Sumeru had investigated the cultural histories of Tatarasuna and Inazuma. Though the place has fallen into some degree of despair since the Hidden Tales were written, things have improved since the time when I wrote my original article. Regardless, what used to be an area of major industry remains a place most inhospitable, and residents of Tatarasuna may be found living and dwelling by the waters. The residents, when questioned, told the researchers of Tatarasuna's golden age centuries ago, when it was administered by Army Officer Niwa, Vice Army Officer Miyazaki, and Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa. Yet the elders among the locals with deeper ties to the region also seemed to stress the fact that there were strange rumors surrounding their homeland's past. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inuzuma's folk histories. A very small number, however, mentioned the word puppet. It should be known that puppets are neither traditional nor common yokai in Inazuma. This fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A puppet did once appear in Tatarasuna. Its visage was elegant and apparel impeccable, and the way it dressed hid all the joint lines of its body. If no one were to mention that it was indeed a puppet, it would be hard to tell at all. Additionally, this puppet seemed to possess special joint lines that would fade with time, potentially even disappearing altogether, which would perhaps eventually make the puppet seem entirely human. The name of the puppet was known to almost none. Some folk claimed to have spotted it appearing around Tatarasuna, while others mentioned encountering it in the central regions of the area. Some even claimed that it would frequent the beach. Tales spreading of it standing beside the sea, gazing across the waters towards Inazuma City. What it was that the puppet was gazing at remains a mystery. His mom, the puppet was looking at his mom. I don't want to do this quest. I don't want them to try to make me like the Balladeer. Whatever. If they win me over, I'm convinced they can win anyone over. As mentioned earlier, the 6 notes all document a certain nameless eccentric. The eccentric, which can also be read as Kabukimono, is usually used in Inazuma to refer to a figure who dresses or behaves in a peculiar manner. It is understandable, therefore, why this character would have left such an impression. Should the people of Tatarasuna indeed have had a puppet in their midst incurring mass panic, a good possibility considering the coexistence between yokai and humans in Inazuma at large, then the puppet would have very likely become a local resident. What? Because he was... Whatever, I'm moving on. This is taking long enough as it is. I'm not going to try to understand that contradiction there. Oh, I guess he became a local resident so that he would not incur mass panic. I guess. The way that was phrased confused me. Am I getting picked up? I look like I am. I think I am. It would be a real shame if I went through this whole time reading this and none of my voice was me. If I was just not... Oh my god. I would probably cry. Not really, but I'd be bummed out. Okay, where was I? A local resident. What is less well known is if the Kabukimono was just another title for this puppet. Perhaps because it was uniquely dressed to distract attention from its more special characteristics, a workable theory. But one that still lacks enough evidence to support it. Still, it can be retained as an analytical lens of sorts. A list of individuals related to Tatsuzuma has been compiled here based on historical documents from Inazuma. Starting from the administrators, the records are as follows. Army Officer Niwa, full name Niwa Hisahide. Yes, yes. He was the inheritor of the Isin art and successor to the Niwa clan. His family, along with the Akame and Kaidahara clans, I know Kaidahara because I've heard it a million times by now, were together known as the Isin Sensaku. Records show that Niwa was a modest and intelligent individual who displayed remarkable talent in the administration of territory and people. His eventual whereabouts are unknown, but he was suspected to have left Tatarasuma with his family following the incident. Always great to read a historical entry that just says the incident. Vice Armory Officer Miyazaki. Full name Miyazaki Kaino. Probably saying that one wrong. Probably saying that one the most wrong of all of these so far. But anyway, he was Niwa's second in command. His origins are unknown, and he primarily assisted Niwa in forging and personal management. He was of affable temperament and had many friends in the region, including one Mikoshi Nagamasa. Speaking of which, Inspector Mikoshi Nagamasa, the successor of the Mikoshi clan, adopted son to Oni warrior Mikoshi Chiyo, and the younger adopted brother of Mikoshi Mishihiro, also known as Iwakura the Successor. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone, but wow, so he was adopted and then left. This poor guy. Was he really adopted, or did he just think he was adopted? Oh God, that's such a dark story to imagine. Some orphan that thinks they're adopted, and so they leave, but they actually were never adopted, but they keep on living a life that they think they were adopted into. Oh my God, and then they're just an adult, and they think that, oh my God. Okay, I'm gonna move on from that. Thanks, brain. That was great. That was just what I needed. With his mother missing and abandoned by his brother, Nagamasa alone bore the family name, striving daily to wipe the shame from their history. What shame? Is it because they were Onis? Onis aren't all bad. I keep losing my spot. There we go. Though records state that Mikoshi Nagamasa was a wow. Sorry, I'm just a little amazed at how well I said Nagamasa just there. Was a stubborn figure. He was also noted to be a person of moral virtue and integrity. It has been noted in various records that he practiced forging swords. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say swords. All of a sudden I said swords like a fool. He practiced forging swords for self-cultivation and specially requested special instruction from from Miyazaki. What am I talking about? I know this name. From Miyazaki to further his capabilities. However, after the famous blade Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, he used it to slay his subordinate Katsuragi for reasons unknown at present. Subordinate Katsuragi. He was killed. That's all there is to say about him. Katsuragi's full name and background remain unknown. Despite all the materials I have sorted through, I have yet to find any more additional personal information regarding him. As one of Mikoshi Nagamasa's subordinates, he was a loyal warrior who had been saved by Nagamasa in his youth. From then on, he swore to stick by his lord through thick and thin, and to give his life in service if it was but asked of him. Oh, this is like the Arataki gang. It's an Oni that takes in people that well, I guess this one wasn't really an Oni. This one's a guy that was adopted by Oni. But then he takes in misfits, and they're super loyal to him after that. I want a piece of candy, but none of these candies are conducive to eating on camera. There we go. I found one. I found another egg that had some candy that I can eat without making a lot of noise. All right. Kabuki Mono. Full name unknown. By the way, I was joking about this guy dying being the only information that was known about him, but that's basically what this whole paragraph actually says now that I've read it. It's like we don't know anything about him except that he died. All right. Almost done. We just gotta read about the Balladeer for a little bit. Then I'll have spent an hour reading these guys' homework, and I hate that I've done so. But that's life. I'm gonna have to do another hour of actual gameplay after finishing this. Because there's no way I can count this as the stream. This is ridiculous. I need to have some chocolate and some drink to keep going. Then hopefully they'll actually talk again. Because I'm so tired of reading. I want this game to make me not read. I want this game to just know what it's going to say and then say it. Okay. Kabuki Mono. Full name unknown. Background unknown. From the many sources I have compiled, combined with Rumi's personal observations, this character might have been the puppet mentioned in the rumors. The Kabuki Mono was a figure of fashionable grace and gentleness. According to the hidden tales, he was brought back to Tatarasumna by Katsuragi and became a member of the community. When the Kabuki Mono first arrived in Tatsurasuna, he knew nothing of cleaning, cooking, or any work of meticulous nature. The locals taught him their skills over time, showing him how to clean his attire, dance, and craft small trinkets. They made him a dancing monkey. Records state that the Kabuki Mono was there when the Daitatara Nagamasa was forged, though his trail ends before Mikoshi Nagamasa slew Katsuragi. I believe that the Kabuki Mono was indeed the aforementioned puppet, and that he quite likely had a hand in Katsuragi's death. It seems that the rest of this paper remains unfinished. One thing is for sure, though, a lot of thought was put into it. Thank you. Thank you. I bow for you. I bow for you. I am done with the reading. It is an hour into the stream. I want to hurt these people in front of me for making me check their homework.
Sawada was encouraging me to follow his more creative approach, but I think essays should be grounded in facts. I don't think explaining everything away with mysterious forces will cut it. Oh, how about if I plug the holes in Sawana's narrative with political intrigue? Like, I could put a turf war between rival factions at the center of the whole series of events.
Wait, you're allowed to just make stuff up? Pretty sure you've gone from essay to guessay there.
Yeah.
Akaba, look. Your teacher has researched this extensively. I've reached out to everyone I could think of. Whatever information we have now is all that there is to know. This is as much detail as you're ever going to get.
I would doubt that. There's a lot of people that are pretty old in this world that might know something. And if that was the end of this, there's no way they would have had this be a voice-acted part of the Archon quest.
Besides, if there really was a political power struggle going on at anything like the level you seem to be suggesting, what hope would we ever have of finding out the truth?
Good point. Okay, back to the drawing board, I guess. Give me some time. I need to find a new angle on this.
Alright, I'll leave you to it. Goodbye.
We have some other stuff to do, so we'll have to say goodbye for now. Good luck with your essay.
All right, thank you. If you find out any more info about all this, please do let me know. Thanks so much.
Wow, we're really walking away from those guys. I'm so surprised.
So, that thing they were talking about, it has to do with the Balladeer, doesn't it? Okay, then, even if we did know something about it, we probably couldn't share it with them, huh?
I mean, I don't see why not. Well, actually, no. They'd probably get into danger trying to seek out the Balladeer. No one should ever talk to the Balladeer.
After all, we kicked his butt and got him locked up. Information about people like that is usually super confidential, isn't it?
Oh, right, he's locked up. I forgot about that part. Yeah, no one should ever talk to him.
If you ask Paimon, Akaba should just pick a different topic. There must be as many essay topics as there are trees in the forest. There's no point in...
Who let this man out of his room?
Hey, did you see that? He literally just went by, over there. It looked like...
Alright, time to kick his butt again.
The Balladeer! No, it can't have been. He got locked up. Oh, quick, let's catch up and see.
If they let this man out, I'm gonna be upset. Oh my gosh, there's so many jelly beans. Yay. I wanna kick his butt again. Where does one go to fight this man again, by the way? Um... Yeah, in a bit. We're right here. Nahida, did you let the Balladeer out of his cage?
Traveler, Paimon, there you are. Nahida, bad news. We just saw the Balladeer strolling around in public. Did he escape or... Ah! It's him!
Sure enough, you're here.
You just walked past us.
Hey! What are you doing in the sanctuary of Surasthana? Aren't you supposed to be lacked at? I know you must have a lot of questions. Please, allow me to explain.
What has he done to you, Nahida?
It was my idea to set the Balladeer free. We made a deal, and he's gonna do some investigation in Irminsul for me. A deal? Huh. You sure you trust this guy?
What did you expect? Why do you think Sumeru would keep me around otherwise? Or maybe killing me is all you can think about.
Yeah, kind of.
But if that's the case, why haven't you done it already?
Don't flatter yourself. It was... Nahida said there's still some mysteries in you to figure out.
Ah, so if it were up to you, you'd finish the job? Guess I had you all wrong. There I was thinking you were just getting cold feet.
No, I would have killed this man. I am not a fan. Unfortunately, they gave him really good abilities.
Well, that escalated quickly. Not a good start. Could I ask you all to please calm down?
For you, Nahida, okay.
But Paimon's worried about you, Nahida. Don't let him trick you.
He killed our friend in the army.
It's not every day you see people questioning the God of Wisdom's judgment. Just when you think you've seen it all.
Don't you dare try to drive a wedge between us! As long as the terms are reasonable, I don't think there's a problem in making a deal. Even with the Balladeer.
Well, I for one have no reason to doubt you, considering you even struck a deal with the doctor.
Yes, one in which I gained valuable information. You'll come to understand more about that in the fullness of time. The Balladeer's power was all but completely spent after your battle. He's no longer strong enough to be a strategic threat to us. That puts him in quite a precarious position. Plus, he's a former Harbinger with knowledge of many of the Fatui's sensitive secrets. Being stuck here in Sumeru could make him a sitting duck, depending on how the Fatui plan to respond. Wait a second. Former? You mean, he's not a Harbinger anymore? I take no pleasure in saying this, but it seems as if the doctor had no intention of welcoming back a loser, so...
He tossed you out like trash.
Sometimes it's you using them, other times it's them using you. Most human relationships are this way. Certainly all the stable ones are. That's how it was between me and the Fatui, and also between each of the Harbingers.
Sweet dreams are made of these.
So as long as you have some value to offer, nobody will ever abandon you. But after recent events, even I have to admit that I'm not worth quite what I used to be.
Really? What a crying shame.
Well, if the Fatui are going to reevaluate my utility, I need to have a backup plan for myself.
As we discussed, I don't like causing harm to living beings, and you said you need protection. So, why not join forces with us?
I think these two have made their objection to that idea fairly clear, don't you? And they're your friends, so I guess you'll be siding with them.
Yeah, obviously! Nahida, don't listen to him! Then let's put that discussion to the side for now. We still have time. Today can be a trial run. Where we go from here will depend on how well we manage to cooperate today.
I don't like this.
All right, then I'll do what we agreed.
Good. Go now, and keep in touch.
Why you gotta be so cryptic?
Nahida, are you serious about this? Yes. I have my
reasons for this decision. In fact, I'm largely doing it for your benefit.
For me, you know I, like, hate this guy more than any other Harbinger, right? Like, this guy's, like, my personal, like, I hate this man in this game.
Yes. As I told you once before, there's information about your twin in Irminsul.
Oh, yeah. Actually, that's the whole reason we came to see you today. So, you have an update on that?
Mm-hmm. You may remember me mentioning that the Fatui had not included your twin's details in the Descender category. This is an extremely important point. It's possible that the Fatui have other information that even I don't know about. And since the Balladeer used to be one of them, he'll be better acquainted with this information than I am.
I forget the way this, like, well of knowledge works. I thought it, like, just knew everything.
He was granted the power to connect with Irminsul when he almost became the god of a new era. Even though he no longer has the Gnosis, some traces of its power remain in him. He can still connect. The amount of information in Irminsul is vast beyond description. Sifting through all of it without knowing what to look for would take too long, even for me. So I asked the Balladeer to search in Irminsul for any information about the Descenders. He's more familiar with this kind of information, and should be able to find it more quickly.
What if he lies to you?
Exactly! Or what if... Paimon just doesn't trust him! He's treated us as enemies every time we've run into him!
I understand. But sometimes, everything is dictated by which side you're on. How things will go in the future depends on what information he brings back. And Traveler, I know what your heart desires most of all. Our minds have connected several times before. There is a corner of your heart reserved for an intense longing. A feeling of being all alone in the dark, searching for the one candle whose light still burns.
F my twin, I want freaking Tepe back.
As Sumeru's deity, it is my responsibility to be on guard against the Balladeer. But as someone who counts you as a friend, I want to do something for you. If this deal with the Balladeer can give you the answers you've been longing to find, then it's worth it.
Well, thank you, Nahida.
It's my pleasure, really. You're Sumeru's hero. You've more than earned it.
Paimon's still worried about this idea. Is there anything we can do to help?
I was going to contact you about that, but then you suddenly showed up on your own accord. Seems like we have a telepathic connection.
I mean, we did.
In fact, I was going to ask you to supervise the Balladeer on my behalf while he carries out the task I assigned. Even though he only has a fraction of his full power left, that's still a fraction of a former Harbinger. If you could accompany him, it would put my mind at ease.
Oh, if he does anything, I'm gonna beat him up.
Of course, I'll be there to help guide you through Irminsul from the outside.
Got it.
Great. Thank you.
If this man, if the game gives me the option, I'm gonna beat this man up.
Prepare yourselves. I'm going to transport you into Irminsul.
Wow. It looks pretty different here compared to last time.
Does it?
The colors are gentler. Guess that must be because
Hmm.
Sumeru's at peace now.
So we're just gonna stand here while you read?
Look at that. Hot on my heels. You know, you didn't have to cut your catch-up short just to keep me company. Oh, but I guess you panicked when you realized that I might enter Irminsul ahead of you.
Nahida sent me to babysit you.
Shut your beak, jailbird! No way a prisoner gets to be so smug!
I understand that prisoners have to put up with harassment from the guards. But right now, I'm on temporary release. So maybe you should think about backing off a little.
Nah.
Sounds like a successful rendezvous.
Does it? Does it, Nahida?
I need to be quite clear about something. In a few moments, you'll be entering into the innermost region of Irminsul. It is an environment like no other, and the most important place in all of Sumeru. Unlike anywhere else, Irminsul's inner region consists exclusively of torrents of information. You must put aside your differences and be extremely careful as you navigate your way through. I know there are many grievances between you on both sides, but it is essential that you remain calm after entry. This is as much for your own safety as anything else.
Understood.
Fine. Let's call it truce. But only until this mission's over.
Then can I beat him up?
Let's cut each other a little slack, shall we? We are going to be traveling together after all.
I feel like that was supposed to be, we are going to be traveling together after all.
Per my agreement with Lesser Lord Kusanali, I'll be at the front. It's my job to lead the way and get rid of any obstacles in our path. All you have to do is keep your pretty eyes open and try not to fall behind.
Did you just... Whatever.
You sure are confident. Paimon will give you that. You make it sound like you're even more experienced at adventuring than us.
If there are no further objections, I suggest we get going. Or did you need some time to mentally prepare yourselves?
Ugh, the snark on this guy. It's unbearable.
Focus on doing your job.
We can start now.
Irminsul access granted. Initiating connection procedure.
Is this a small sapling? Oh, darn it! Come on, let's catch up with him. Wow. So this is the inside of Irminsul.
Different than what I imagined.
Ooh. Paimon's never seen anything like this. And it feels like a sacred place.
Irminsul is closely intertwined with the entirety of Tevat. Every bit of information flowing here means something. Pick your jaws up off the floor. It's time to go.
Why is it that Paimon just wants to do the opposite of everything he says?
This guy's Gary Oak times 10.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, we will now proceed to the heart of Irminsul.
Can you still sense where the heart of Irminsul is?
Yes. Permission to begin searching for information there?
Permission granted. Go ahead.
Let's go. Stay close. Don't go running off.
Hey, so say we did go running off in here. What would happen? What are you smirking at?
I was just imagining the look on your travel companion's face if you went and got lost. Anything's possible in here. You can't rule anything out. So if you want to stay safe, your best option is to stick close to me.
Oh, the game just won't let me leave this area. I see. I immediately was like, let's see. Nope. Not allowed.
Sapling things have spread out.
Whoa.
Those are all packets of information from inside Irminsul. Be careful not to touch them.
What? What?
It looks the same in every direction.
What
No
the?
wonder he mentioned about getting lost. Huh. What do you know? He was actually telling the truth. Is he mocking me again? What is it this time?
There's a time and a place to lie, but this definitely isn't it. So why don't you relax your guard a little?
Are we done with that?
Right here.
That was weird and disorienting.
What a huge tree!
We were like right next to the tree before. This is the center of Irminsul. All the information in the world is flowing through it.
Lesser Lord Kusanali.
Good, you made it. Are you ready?
Ready when you are.
Then please begin. Preparing to access cognitive currents. Establishing waypoint.
The Balladier's actually doing what Nahida tells him. Guess he must want to stay alive.
He hasn't put up any resistance, and he seems good at working on the front line. Maybe he had a similar role in the Fatui. First, Aquaba and Sawada's stories. Now this. What a strange individual.
The rest is up to you. If you discover anything at all, make sure to share it with us.
Will do.
What I won't do is move my lips.
For once, we're the ones with nothing to do.
Wait. Fragments of Irminsul's knowledge are coming to attack. Protect me while I sift through it.
Traveler, Paimon, would you like to talk?
Nahida, is this a telepathic conversation?
Yes. I've also invited Paimon to join.
She hasn't accepted the invitation yet. Hold on. Paimon enters the room.
Huh? What the? We can talk to each other inside our heads?
I'm guessing that you don't want us to disturb the Balladeer.
That's part of it. Plus, we're all friends. There's nothing wrong with us talking like this once in a while.
Paimon's never tried this before. This is great! So, Paimon's been wanting to ask you something. Don't you think the Balladier's a bit of a walking contradiction? He's always talking back, but he seems to listen to what you say.
Yes, and he seems to excel at doing odd jobs for others.
As I've told you before, there are still some mysteries for him to resolve. Things that are clear as day to me, but that he has yet to understand. Perhaps today will be the day that he finds some answers.
Is this about his past, the betrayals, and the other events in Inazuma?
Well done. Smart and attentive as always.
Actually, I caught a glimpse of a few things when I ran into Hypatia at Artist Dai.
So, you made contact with that part of his mind. Well, it's true. Betrayal turned the Balladeer into the person he is today.
Man, the guy died. That's not betrayal. He didn't want to die.
Paimon thought nothing could get under that guy's skin. Turns out, he can get hurt and angry just like anyone else.
Everyone has a history, Paimon. Even if you're a puppet created by the Archon.
Speaking of puppets, we ran into two people at the Academia today talking about an essay. Turns out their topic was about the Tatarasuna incident. Nahida, do you know anything about that?
If you mean the mysterious events, the Kabuki Mono and so on, yes. I know about all of that.
Really? Because from what they were saying, it sounded like lots of Tatarasuna's history is still unexplained. And most of the information we have stuff now is just from people filling the gaps with their imagination. At least that's what they thought.
I relay an hour's worth.
How interesting. Those two managed to deduce quite a lot through guesswork alone.
So the Gese got it right?
Well, they guessed right about one thing. Tatara Suna was sabotaged.
Must be a riveting conversation you three are having. Funny how all the good ones happen when I'm not involved.
Oh, you're involved.
What makes you think we're talking to each other?
Don't insult me. You're having a private conversation without me. Obviously, I must be the topic of said conversation.
We have every right to keep certain things confidential.
Of course you do. You can't have your prisoner knowing too much.
So, have you found anything yet?
Still looking. Don't get your hopes up, though. You and your twin come from outside this world. It wouldn't surprise me if there was nothing on either of you in Irminsul at all.
Wait, how did you know about that? Did Nahida tell you?
It's not like we've never met before. And anyway, you're world famous. It'd be more surprising if I didn't know a few things about you.
Every conversation with you is hard work.
Right now, we have to keep the peace. I'm not interested in creating more misery for myself. And making cordial conversation is something I can manage.
I need more candy. Can't deal with this guy without more candy. There we go. I found more candy. There we go. I'm only really announcing it in case you hear me opening and closing the plastic eggs. I can't hear. Let me... Okay, it does pick up on the mic. Cool.
Huh? Wait.
It's a little tree.
This light. It looks similar to those saplings. What could it be?
Anonymous data.
Hey, don't you forget the agreement. You have to share it with us.
You know, Paimon, as much as I wanna get on him as much as anyone else. But to be fair, it just showed up. Like literally just now. I'm sure he hasn't had a chance to read it yet, let alone share it.
Shh. Just wait.
Mr. Niwa, are you certain this is worth the risk? We are talking about Tatara Suna's furnace, after all. It may not pay to act rashly.
There's no one else who can enter the furnace. It has to be me.
Is that so? Well, since you insist.
It's...
That name. Niwa was the man in charge at Tatarasuma. Plus, he belongs to the lineage of Ishin art. Oh, we're getting another one. It's a clip episode, everybody.
I have been in Tatarasuna for some time now. You have shown me great hospitality, as has Mikoshi Nagamasa, and indeed, everyone else. Under your leadership, Tatarasuna is a warm, welcoming place, like a giant village. People are gainfully employed, their lives have purpose. They are motivated. As I understand, the Raiden Shogun has, in recent years, eliminated much of the evil that plagued Inazuma. As for Tatarasuna, it was originally established as a means of safely disposing crystal marrow. The forging industry with crystal marrow as a raw material has since flourished, giving rise to generations of swordsmiths. Some world-renowned, others unknown, all passing on their legacy. Skills, blood, dreams. Every smith brought into this trade looks to find their purpose between steel and blade. That is why you accepted the proposal brought to you by myself and Akame.
Yes, well, were it not for you coming to Inazuma and happening to make Akame's acquaintance, the two of you never would have joined forces. And he would be the first to admit that there's no way he could have revolutionized our forging process like this on his own. At least not on the same timescale. You allowed Akame to take all the credit for a method that you jointly developed. He sold it to me, and now every piece of ore here is smelted using the new technique. Even now, you remain one of Tatara Suna's key consultants, working right here alongside us. I believe it is you, sir, who are truly responsible for the changes in our manufacturing and forging methods.
You flatter me. From the outset, I saw much that was commendable in the forging industry of Inazuma, and it has been my great honor to befriend you all.
The forging industry of Inazuma.
So you say, Escher. But is this really the truth?
The forging industry of Inazuma. It is my pleasure to be friends with you all.
My good sir, what do you mean?
Ah, shoot. My bad.
I tried to resist thinking it was all connected, because I didn't want to speculate, and I didn't want to believe that things could turn out this way. What have we gained from adopting your new technology? Ominous black smoke? Mounting production problems? Worker fatigue and casualties are up and continuing to rise at an alarming rate. And recently, as you well know, someone died because of that strange filth inside the furnace. We've kept the truth from spreading outside, but still, I suspect you understand it better than I do. None of the people who went out to get help have come back. Now, our mutual friend, the Kabuki Mono, is taking the Golden Feather to Narukami Island to seek an audience with Shogun. This is our last hope.
Wait, is this happening on that island that we went to like a bunch of times that has all the fog?
But that doesn't faze you, does it, Escher? Nothing does. Otherwise, why would you still be standing there with that smile on your face?
I'm just surprised that you finally chose to be so sincere. I'm sure you've been harboring these suspicions for quite some time.
Mikoshi Nagamasa may have noticed that there was one common denominator among all these events. Namely you, Escher. But Mr. Mikoshi is more cautious than I. He does things by the book.
I don't do things by the book. I'm tired of reading Thro's book.
After all, Nagamasa is the adopted son of Mikoshi Torichio, the yokai struck down by the Shogun's own hand. If he truly seeks to redeem his family's honor, an abundance of caution is well advised.
You're well informed on the subtleties of his situation for a mechanic all the way from Fontaine.
Thought he looked like
You
Fontaine.
sure you're not a little overqualified?
Why, Mr. Niwa, are you suggesting I find a job as a diplomat? Sadly, I am so very attached to my craft.
Enough, Escher. I'm here because an evil force is raging inside the furnace. And someone needs to take your new device inside the high-risk zone so we can absorb it and put an end to the problem. I'm in charge here. And I'm about to take some responsibility and head inside. Probably to my death. But what about you? What are you still doing here?
What are you still doing here?
Judging from the look in your eyes, you don't seem to trust me.
Oh, was that your first clue?
Drop the act. We're past that now. Whoever you are, It looks like your plan to destroy Tatarasuna has worked. I just want to know what you're still doing here. What's left? Don't you have all your answers by now?
Honestly, I'm just waiting for the right moment. A moment like this, where you finish talking and I stop you from entering the furnace.
You...
You're a little smarter than I initially gave you credit for.
I'm gonna have some Sour Patch Kids. I should eventually probably stop having candy and have some real food, but too busy with the stream stuff.
I thought I'd disguised myself exceptionally well, at least for the first few days. But to my surprise, you had your people look into my background right from the start. It's a long journey from Inazuma to Fontaine, but that didn't stop them. Eventually, they managed to confirm that Escher was an alias, and that I was not from Fontaine at all. And yet, despite all of that, you still fail to realize my true identity, and what I seek in Tatarasuna.
Did you really think you would be able to see through my plan?
Oh, his voice changed.
You kill me. There's no one who can get inside the furnace. So you're really going to destroy this place? Is that it?
Oh, but you're quite wrong. There is one other person. Some may not see him as a person, but you told him yourself. You're not a puppet. You're a human. You're just missing a heart.
Whoever you're working for won't get away with this. They'll be found out. But this makes no sense. What are you really trying to accomplish by all this? Why go to all this trouble?
It's no trouble at all. Patience is a virtue which I have in abundance. This is all part of a carefully controlled experiment. If you must know, I'm happy to divulge my true identity. I'm a Fatui Harbinger. Call me the Doctor.
How long ago did this happen? I thought that this was like 100 years ago.
The Fatui? Who? What do you want?
Just to create a minor inconvenience for your nation.
That's it? That's why you gave us your cursed technology? Just to let loose the evil energy from the crystal marrow?
Look how even the righteous soul is filled with venom when faced with its demise. My device functions precisely as you say. It is the only chance you have of preventing a catastrophe and keeping the truth from the outside world. However, I did not make it with you in mind. It is easier for a person to be possessed by evil spirits when they are filled with hate. So give in to your fury. I want to see what happens when a malevolent heart is placed into an unsuspecting puppet. Make no mistake, even without you, that pure, innocent puppet would only end up being used by someone else instead. What other reason would a human have for befriending one who is not of our kind?
If you give him my heart, tell him that both Nagamasa and I see him as
not everyone just wants to use other people. The only ones who think like that are people like you.
Why would he tell him that? Why would this guy tell him your last words?
What a beautiful way to see the world. It almost makes me feel a little guilty. Then out of respect for you, I shall redefine myself. Think of me as a monster or a demon, if you wish. At least this way your death is not a consequence of your own folly turning you into an easy target. You simply lost to something more powerful than you could ever hope to defeat. I say, Mr. Niwa, let's see what happens. Will your puppet friend become a human? No, that will prove quite impossible. Mr. Niwa, already dead. What a pity. Jester, I have completed the task you gave me. Creating a gap and infiltrating Inazuma's inner workings. What fun it was. I'd like to introduce a puppet to you. If he proves useful, let's make him our newest comrade. And if not, let's turn him to dust.
Hey, are you alright?
Dottore? Dottore! Good. Good.
Was that the doctor? Did he turn into a mechanic from Fontaine?
He was the one behind the Tatarasuna incident.
But why do we see things from his perspective?
When I touched the doctor to confirm whether he'd eliminated all his segments, I read this memory in his mind. You have to admit, it must be the truth.
Maybe so, but it means nothing.
Does it? But this memory shows that Niwa didn't betray you. He never meant for you to be the one to take the device into the furnace. You know very well what that means, even more so than I.
Betrayal was a lie that he has believed for hundreds of years. Was this part of the doctor's experiment? If the betrayal never happened, it existed only in his imagination. But where does this leave him?
Let's give him some space. He looks really mad. Paimon doesn't want to be anywhere near him right now.
Okay, let's go over there into that part of the blue void.
You need to give him some time to process his emotions.
Paimon's still confused about the Tatarasuna incident. So, the doctor was behind it, but why has that gotten him so worked up?
Because he thought the doctor was his friend, probably? No, he didn't think he had friends.
Nobody has ever deceived you like that, Paimon. It's natural that you find it difficult to understand. Perhaps he needed to learn this someday. So now you have the complete picture. Katsuragi took the Kabuki Mono to live with the people of Tatarasuna. Later, the doctor showed up, disguised as a mechanic from Fontaine. And that's when the trouble began. It was all a horrific experiment planned by the doctor. Everything he did was just to plant seeds of disaster in Inazuma that would bear fruit in the future.
Yeah, they did.
All the unwitting participants in the doctor's experiment, the Balladeer became the main test subject. After the events you just saw in that memory, the doctor put Niwa's heart into the device and handed it to the Balladeer. Then, he instructed him to enter the furnace and absorb all the filth caused by the smelting process. The load was far beyond what he expected, but the Balladeer survived. He left the furnace in sheer exhaustion and said to the mechanic, "This device seems to have protected me. What's in it?" The mechanic answered, "Niwa fled this place for fear of punishment, but he left you a gift. He said it's the one thing that you've been looking for." He took it straight from the chest of one of his innocent servants. The mechanic removed the withered heart from the device as he spoke. The Balladeer was stunned that such unthinkable cruelty had brought him the thing he'd been longing for his entire life. A heart acquired through cold-blooded murder is a cursed thing, but it had protected him from the filth. He thought Niwa had completely betrayed him, and yet this very betrayal had ensured his survival. Overwhelmed with anger and sorrow, the Balladeer threw the heart to the ground and left Tatarasuna without looking back.
Holy moly. So the doctor killed an innocent man and pinned everything on the victim? That's terrible.
Being betrayed and abandoned by a close friend is sure to cause great resentment. Now we know what was behind his decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokuden 100 years ago. But it doesn't mean that vengeance was the right decision.
Yes. Only if he understands this can he choose a new path forward.
Is the game trying to tell me not to take revenge on him?
You brazen-faced... Niwa didn't run from justice. You killed him.
Do I not have a... I don't have a quest objective.
Shall we see how he's doing? Hey, you alright? That's a scary expression.
Are you worried about me? If we didn't have such a history, I'd almost think that qualifies me to be your friend.
We just want to make sure this doesn't affect the plan.
It won't. I'll keep my end of the deal.
Hey, are you investigating the stuff we want to know about?
That's why we're here. But unfortunately, there's no information about the Descenders in Irminsul.
Even if you can't find anything, that seems to confirm it. Irminsul does not keep records on the Descenders. Anyone who comes from beyond this world is not counted as part of Teyvat.
Oh, does that mean we have to leave empty-handed?
Not unexpected, but still. Thank you.
Don't thank me just yet. You look really upset. Well, since Irminsul was a dead end, I guess I can share some other info that might interest you.
Huh? About what?
The reason why there are records about your sister in Irminsul. It might have something to do with Conria. Apparently, Conria was her first destination when she arrived in this world. Plus, she only came to this world because the heavens responded to the summoning.
The heavens responded?
The Jester told me this himself. You can take his word on this. He was a royal mage in Conria, and lived with your sister for a time.
Why?
I don't know the details. It's up to you whether you want to believe me. All I can say is, I wouldn't lie to you about this. Did you get all that, Lesser Lord Kusanali?
Yes. Astonishing news.
Does this info count towards my mission? It wasn't from Irminsul, but was it valuable?
Very valuable.
Good. In that case, I'll take some time for myself now.
Huh? What have you done?
Lesser Lord Kusanali was right. My power's all but completely spent. Even if I use all of the divine power left in me, I can't sustain this shield for very long. I shared a secret with you, and now you owe me. So in return, I'd like you to answer a question for me.
What do you want to know?
Give me your hand.
That's very forward of you.
Can you hear my voice inside your head?
Are you trying to brainwash me?
No, I can't do anything like that anymore. At most, all I can do is exchange a few words with you.
Paimon looks so upset. Paimon's pouting that she's not involved in this one.
So tell me, in this world, is it possible to change the past?
Damn it, they're making me kind of like him a little bit. He looks like he regrets what he's done. Wait, why would you ask that?
Done.
Huh? What the? What happened? Paimon only saw you hold hands for a second.
Nothing. I was just thanking him for helping me.
Wait, that look. Did you see me hesitate? That was because I know about Greater Lord Rukadevata. Oh, yeah.
So long. I suggest you get yourselves out of here quickly.
It didn't let me read what it said. Rude.
Where are you going? Hey, wait up! Didn't you say not to go running off?
Paimon, we have to stop him.
Fast reaction time. But I don't think we'll be seeing each other again. From this day forth, the names Balladeer and Kabuki Mono will cease to exist. Those who died in Tatarasuna because of me deserve another chance at life.
Wait. Wait. What about Tepe? Does Tepe come back because of this? Is that how this works? I thought it was just everyone forgot. I didn't like history rewrites itself. Just like in the narrative, everything that like happens still happens.
Hey, Balladeer! Don't do anything stupid!
You know, I never did like insects. Hordes of the puny things swarming together can be a real nuisance. And I enjoy nothing more than to stamp them out like the pests they are. But if a colony of harmless ants isn't threatening anyone, I guess they deserve to be left alone. Luckily, everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all.
Balladeer! Balladeer! Uh-oh, he disappeared. Come on, we gotta find him somehow.
Where could we possibly look?
No, he's really gone.
Oh, can you hear me?
Nahida!
Traveler, Paimon, Balladeer, what happened just now? I was suddenly cut off by some kind of power.
It was the Balladeer's fault. He shut you out.
You tell Nahida everything. Well, apparently he didn't do a very good job.
Capable of something like that with so little power left. Did he keep some of his power hidden when he was defeated? Or did he achieve something beyond his abilities, and it took everything he had?
Where the heck did he go? Ugh, it's all our fault. We were supposed to keep an eye on him. Sorry, Nahida.
Don't be. It's not your fault. Please, let me handle this from here, even though I'm not sure I can solve it. We're running out of time. Follow my lead and get out of Irminsul as soon as possible.
I might have to go back in the footage and see what it was that I thought right before he took off.
We're out! And we're at, an inn or something?
This is an emergency. I'll have to ask you to stay here for now. Everything's arranged, and nobody will disturb you.
No, I want to help you.
I'm sorry, but this isn't something I need your help with. Leave this one to me.
An emergency? How bad is it? Nahida, will you be okay?
Don't worry. If my assessment is correct, though there may be some minor disturbances, it won't lead to a disaster. Please rest and recover your strength here until I say it's safe.
Her voice has gone. Paimon can't shake the feeling that something really big has happened. What do you think the Balladeer meant? And why did he suddenly grab onto you before?
Paimon doesn't remember Great Lord Rukkhadevata. The Balladeer's question was strange. It's hard to explain in full, and the truth might be very distressing for Paimon. I'll skip the part about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata for now, and focus on the Balladeer. Till Paimon and Balladeer asked him what he might have been planning.
He wants to change the past? But surely that's impossible!
It's not easy, that's for sure.
Right! You can't just rewrite history. All that stuff happened already in real life. It's like, imagine Paimon drank all the water in this inn. Even if no one was there to see it, Paimon would sure as heck remember drinking it.
Yeah, great example.
So, why does Paimon still have a bad feeling about this? Paimon can't help but feel scared about what he might do. Paimon's so confused.
Maybe he wants to erase himself from history? Paimon, are you okay?
Sorry. Paimon accidentally... It's the Balladeer's fault for causing Paimon all this mental stress.
That was weird, Paimon. You're acting kind of sus.
But erasing yourself from history? It's unthinkable. Is that really possible in Irminsul?
Not necessarily. Hero, just tell the truth to Paimon.
Uh-oh. Paimon's head is overheating from trying to understand what he's up to. And it's still not working. Ugh. Paimon's had it with that little brat. He's been nothing but trouble ever since we met him.
That's an understatement.
There's no way he'll actually succeed, right? Otherwise, won't everyone who's connected to him be affected too?
Indeed, if the Balladeer does erase himself from Irminsul, many people in Inazuma will be affected. I can't imagine what that situation would look like. But will we get Teppei back? That's what I want to know. Worst case scenario, it will affect everyone with a connection to the Raiden Gokuden. Kazuha, Ayaka, Ayato. Will this mean they'll disappear? No, they'll still be around.
There's nothing we can do about it at this point. Hey, have you got any ideas on what we should do next?
How come sometimes they say Raiden Gokuden and sometimes they say Raiden Shogun? Did they like... Is that the two different ones? Raiden... Maybe I don't know.
Seems like now there's nothing left for us to do but to go to sleep. But Paimon's still so worried. Paimon won't be able to sleep a wink tonight.
Me neither.
So, how about, we list all our favorite foods to take our mind off things? Heck, if that doesn't work, Paimon's probably gonna collapse of anxiety here. Alright, Paimon will start. First dish. Munstack grilled fish. Oh, and chicken mushroom skewers. Tea break pancakes. Cream stew. Sauteed matsutake.
Man, I've been really craving, like, waffles and French toast and pancakes.
And Dragon chili chicken. Almond tofu. Satisfying salad.
Are we in the fake version of the Sumeru festival?
Oh, also Adeptus Temptation, golden shrimp balls, triple layered
Paimon, what's wrong?
What are we... What was Paimon supposed to be doing just now? Paimon was, talking? Huh. Paimon suddenly can't remember what she was talking about. What was it again?
You were getting so worried about the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? Is that a food too? Huh. Weird name, though.
Yeah, I thought so. I thought that that was what had happened. Paimon doesn't remember the Balladeer. That must mean he actually pulled it off. How did he have that ability? It doesn't make sense.
What's wrong? Your eyes are like saucers. Was it something Paimon said?
No, it's nothing.
So, the Balladeer. Is that someone's name? 'Cause it sounds like a nickname or something.
If this is really happening, I need to know what else has changed. Paimon, come with me.
Okay, sure. Where are we going?
I want to go back to Inazuma.
Huh? Fine by Paimon, but is everything okay? You're acting like this is an emergency.
Now's not the time to explain. It's been 2 hours of stream, but
If you ever want to trade tactics, I'm always ready.
is this like my house? I feel like I've been put here a lot. I feel like I just have to see how much further this goes. At least for a little bit. Let's do like a little bit more of this quest.
We've made it to Amanoma Smithy.
Ah, it's been a while.
Pardon me, I'd like to ask a question if I may.
Of course. Go ahead.
About the Raiden Gokuden, could you tell me that story one more time?
Oh. Now there's a question I wasn't expecting. Very well. I'll tell you what I know once more. The once renowned Raiden Gokuden, comprised of 5 branches. Amenoma, Futsu, Ishin, Hyakume, and Senju. The art of forging practiced by these 5 clans was first taught to them personally by the almighty Shogun. Over time, the 5 branches diverged from one another as generations of bladesmiths honed and perfected their craft until they became 5 distinct traditions.
Oh, I see. So the Raiden Gokuden is the Raiden Shogun's, like, alliance of bladesmiths. Gotcha.
Most of the great swordsmith clans of old have since fallen into decline, and for a long time, only the Amenoma branch kept its art alive. But fortunately, Kaede Harakazuha recently returned to Inazuma and took up the mantle of the Ishin art. Now, 2 clans remain of the original Gokuden 5. If my memory serves me right, you yourself were present when he forged the Ishin blade.
That's true.
Oh, yeah, we were. Paimon remembers that now. We learned a bit about the decline of the Raiden Gokuden then, too. It seems like such a shame.
What was the reason behind their decline?
That, my friends, is a tragic tale indeed.
So the tragedy doesn't go away. The actions all still happen. It's just not him that does them.
In fact, this was not made known to me for most of my life. All these years, I knew of those great clans' demise, but never the cause. Only recently, when the question was on my mind, did I ask Kaedehara Kazuha about this. He told me that, as we are both heirs to a branch of the Raiden Gokunin, it was right that I should know the truth. There is no harm in telling you, but I must warn you. It is a dark and sorrowful tale. The Raiden Gokunin were the targets of a murderous rampage by a vengeful bladesmith.
Vengeful? Why?
400 years ago, so I'm told, there was a catastrophic malfunction in Tatarasuna's furnace. One brave swordsmith heard the commotion and chose not to flee, but he rushed to the scene, hoping to prevent a disaster. Tatarasuna was home to a state-of-the-art forging and smelting operation in that day, and overseeing it was the armory officer. His surname was Niwa, though he had family ties to the Kaedehara clan. Knowing that they had just one chance to save countless lives, Mr. Niwa and the swordsmith leaped together into the furnace. The furnace quickly stabilized, but neither of them made it out. The smith's death, though heroic, dealt a devastating blow to his family's fortunes. His orphaned son was left to fend for himself, and grew up deeply resentful at the world. In his heart, the whole of Inazuma was culpable in his tragedy. He hated the almighty shogun for her apparent indifference towards his father's death, and he hated everyone who had done nothing to try and save him. Powerless and destitute, the only legacy he had to pass on to his children was his hatred. Generation after generation bore this grudge, living in utter misery. Alas, if only the story could have ended there. But 100 years ago, the then head of this family reached the end of his wits. He could bear their fate no longer, and yet he could do nothing to change it. Finally, he made a drastic decision to take revenge on the Raiden Gokunin. In doing so, he sought to vent his pent-up anger and shake the very foundations of Inazuma's forging industry. In his fury, he murdered indiscriminately, killing even bladesmiths from the Hyakume clan which he belonged to. His goal was absolute, the devastation of all of the Raiden Gokunin. But when he came to the Kaedehara and Kamisato clans, his killing spree came to an abrupt end. He failed to catch them unawares. They fought back fiercely, and they did not spare his life. That is why the Kaedehara clan and their Ishin art survived that day. I suppose they were the lucky ones, under the dire circumstances.
Legend of the Raiden Gokunin has changed. Someone else attacked the swordsmiths. It looks like the Balladeer did something in Irminsul, but it seems Niwa still died.
Was there anything else you wanted to ask?
Have you seen Kazuha recently?
Kazuha? Why, yes. Just yesterday, in fact. We spoke for a while over some tea. He seemed well.
Phew, so he still exists, and he's the same Kazuha I know. Things don't seem as bad as I feared last night. That is all. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Don't tell Paimon. There are other places you want to visit too, right? Your expression says it all. You can't hide anything from Paimon.
I'm hiding a couple of things.
On to the next stop. Lead the way, traveler. Paimon will be right behind you.
The Yashiro Commission, huh? That's all well and good, right? But I have somewhere else I want to go. I don't expect this to have changed. I just really hope it has. I mean, maybe he'd be somewhere else?
Even on the front lines, nothing bad will happen.
You. Talk to me. No, yeah. Oh, you are? A samurai as far as the general Goro was out. We managed to hold Shogun forces off at the front lines. What? Are we still at war now? It must be said that General Goro's leadership has been indispensable in allowing us to achieve such results. So tell me more about Goro. General Goro's migrations, Persian skill, variant. He's patient to cover as long as resolve the problems. Bad general anywhere else. Okay. You, soldier. Don't worry about fighting Shogun's army. Yes. Hey there, are you well? Yes, I hope you're doing well too. Now that the war's over, I can finally enjoy. Okay, so the war is over. Huge quarrel thing. Or you need definitely worth a few extra long looks. Well, I'd be getting a bit too relaxed as the war's over. For now, the Vision Hunt degree has been abolished and different Shogun for me. Still, the target has stopped me from taking the opportunity to relax a little. So we still had a war. The war still happened. And I guess some other Fatui was dispersing the delusions. I'm gonna go get whatever chest is over here. Man, you know, like I said, I wasn't really expecting anything good from that, but like, had to hope, you know? What? Oh, not you. Here to fight this guy.
To ashes!
I'll keep this close.
What do you guys think of Star Rail, huh? Oh! I just looked over and I noticed that comment. Sorry about that, Aster. Oddly enough, it was about what I was about to say. What do you guys think of Star Rail, huh? You think it's good? Been thinking about it a little bit lately. It's a ton of fun. This one's not close enough yet. So like tell me your thoughts. Give me the deets. Epic story bits last night. No spoilers, of course. Yeah, I get that. I feel like I'm getting to some epic story bits in this game. Aster, I don't know how long you've been here, but there's just some big stuff with the Balladeer erasing himself from history, and I'm trying to see what that affected. Well, the best praise I can think of is, aside from Pokemon, I haven't played a turn-based RPG since the PS2, and this one I really enjoy. Yeah, you seem to have been enjoying it lately. It's the main reason why I'm considering it, because you seem to be enjoying it. And unlike you, I'm a huge fan of turn-based RPGs, so I'll take what ones I can get. Unfortunately, there aren't a lot coming out nowadays, probably because there was a time when that market was super oversaturated. Alright, I'm gonna see about... Oh, alright, this calls for a different someone. Let me get Fischl out here.
In the name of the Prinzessin.
Yeah. Wait a minute. I only see 3. Is there a 4th one? Maybe not. There is a 4th one. Where is it? Is it above me? Oh, there it is. I see it. Is blue. Get down from there. I see it. Okay. Alright, so that one requires water, interestingly enough. So let's do this. Cool.
This is the kind of surprise I could sing about.
Okay, I'm gonna change back my party, and I'll continue with the actual story. Because it turns out, I guess the stuff that I thought was gonna change about history, or the stuff that I hoped would change about history, didn't change, unfortunately. You know, it was kind of worth a shot. I don't think the stuff that the Balladeer wanted to change about history ended up changing either. I think all the bad stuff still happened, just without him being involved in it.
We're here! This is the Yashiro Commission's headquarters, so...
Traveler, it's been a while.
Hello.
If you're looking for the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I'm afraid your timing is unfortunate. They're not here right now.
Oh, Aster, you also missed an hour of me reading these two people's homework, basically. One wrote like a novel and the other one wrote an essay. And they each took me about 20 minutes to read, and I was so mad. I'm like, this is painful for me to do, but I did it. I read them. The VOD is there. It's like, why? I've been trying to play Genshin lately because it's a bunch of, like, I've been trying to have a bunch of voice acted stuff, right? That I don't have to necessarily talk over all the time. But man, there's been so much reading instead. Like, stop making me read things. I thought for sure, because I was doing the Archon quests this time, the like main story quests, that it'd be like, ah, cool, this time I don't have to read. The previous time I was doing like a side quest thing, and so they made me read. This time I'm doing the main story quest, so they're not going to make me read. But they immediately started out with, here, read these books for us. I was like, damn it. And so then I had already pretty much reached my hour of streaming that I usually do, and I was like, well, I can't just come on, read these 2 books for you, and then leave. I have to do something else. So I kept going with the Archon quest, and they make me interact with my least favorite character because he killed one of my characters that I liked. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that there'd be a whole bunch of content because, like, you'd think that there wouldn't be too much since it like just came out, you know. But you know me, I'm very character driven in these kinds of games. So I'll probably hop on to the Star Rail train. Ha. I'll probably hop on to Star Rail train when there's a character that I see that I really like connect with, like one that really speaks to me, you know. It's like, oh, I want to play as that character. And so far I don't feel like I've really gotten that. Uh uh Pitch Dark Hook the Great, obviously. What? Pitch Dark Hook the Great. I don't know who that is. I know Hook, the small girl with her Digatron. Yeah. Yeah. What's the Pitch Dark part? Is that part of her like official title? Her full name, yeah. Oh, okay. She seemed neat. I kind of like what I've seen of the rocker lady. Um I'm just a little bit apprehensive of like what her singing will actually be like because I mentioned this to you before, but like I'm not really a big fan of a lot of the music that they have the characters sing in Genshin, particularly Hu Tao's rap was really cringy to me. This is my opinion, but I was like, man, it's not great. And while I really like what's her name? I can't remember her name right now. The fire guitarist girl in this game. I really like her like get up and her like attitude and her personality and stuff. Her music just doesn't resonate with me, even though I totally am behind her message that she likes to put out about her music. I finally found out Digatron is a giant robotic gauntlet she wheels around. Yeah, I saw that. I saw that. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to ruin it for you when you found out.
Are they out on business?
The commissioner is out on business, and Miss Kamisato is standing in for some meetings in the commissioner's place. If it's urgent, you're welcome to wait inside until they get back.
Her moves are fun. I figured you'd like her. I've only seen her finisher.
What do you think?
Cause
Shall we go in?
because I wanted to see what her what she looked like when she was fighting, and the thing that I saw showed off her finisher in Chinese, English, and Korean voice lines. Which, oddly enough, the English one is the only one where she doesn't go boom at the end of it. And I'm like, dang it, why not? Why does she not go boom? But I don't know, is she just damaged? Does she just do lots of damage? I don't know if she like shields or does buffs or anything like that. Thank you, we'll take you up on that offer. Can we walk around the courtyard?
If it were anyone else, I couldn't allow it. But seeing as you're so close with the commissioner and Miss Kamisato, I think it should be okay.
We'll be heading in then.
I think she's an AoE class, yeah. Alright. I mean, you know, in these types of things, I usually would tend to go more just like have AoE damage, right? Like we were talking before, and you were saying that there's like a need for single target damage, but like to me, right, if your AoE is strong enough, then you just hit, if there's one target, you just hit it with an AoE move and it still does lots of damage. It's like you don't necessarily need a single target. Like sometimes for like a boss maybe, but like bosses usually have like minions that they pull up. Maybe for team to always hit a single target harder than an AoE person. Yeah. I don't know. When trying to make like a party that can like do generally like the majority of the content in a game like that. I did have to grab a healer though. Steph was hurting. Yeah. Healers are pretty important to the whole outfit of things, I feel.
Hello, dears. Is there something you want to say?
Ma'am, can I ask you a couple of questions? Where were you 400 years ago?
Of course, traveler. Yes, I know who you are. Miss Kamisato has told me about you.
Furuta.
What would you like to know?
How are the Commissioner and Miss Kamisato these days?
Oh, they're both very well indeed. Lately, Miss Kamisato has been rather busy attending all kinds of meetings and occasionally paying visits to some local organizations on the Commissioner's behalf.
Okay, so basically it seems like right now this quest line is having us check in on our friends to make sure they're like still around and still like the way we remember them because of this guy going and basically rewriting history. But it seems like he didn't actually rewrite history, he just removed himself from history. And everything else happened anyway.
As for the Commissioner himself, well, you know, busy as ever. That much hasn't changed. Although, he does seem to be in a rather good mood these days.
So pretty much business as usual in the Yashiro Commission, huh?
Very much so.
We're not being able to actually talk to any of our friends, though. We just keep talking to old people that have seen our friends recently. So maybe they just didn't bother getting our friends to voice act these parts. As far as I can see, nothing's changed in the Yashiro Commission either. I was expecting as much, but it's still a big relief to know that the Kamisato siblings are both safe and well.
Well, got any more questions?
That's all for now. Many thanks.
You're very welcome. In fact, I would love nothing more than for you to come and visit more often. But I'm sure you must be far too busy to have time for that. Miss Kamisato talks about you all the time. She seems so thrilled to have you as a friend, and she's always saying how talented you are and how much she admires you.
Boy, if she was here, she'd be so embarrassed.
I must say, many things in Inazuma seem to have taken a turn for the better since you arrived here. So you're not just Miss Kamisato's knight in shining armor, you know. You're a hero to us all.
I'm flattered.
I mean it. Whenever the Commissioner dines at home, Toma always joins him. I always find myself at my most relaxed when I'm serving the two of them and listening to them chat away. The Commissioner has such a busy schedule that he doesn't always have the chance to take his meals at home. But given the opportunity, he always prefers to dine here. they say it's because Toma's a much better chef than most. Oh, the commissioner is so fond of home comforts.
Toma's a cool character that I just don't really have a place for in my party setup. But I like him.
They get to talking about you sometimes too, you know. Always with a very fond tone. The way one would talk about dear old friends around whom one can truly be themselves.
Alright, so they do totally super duper remember my existence. Cool, we've covered that.
Miss Kamisato occasionally joins them
Need a
as
drink.
well. Whenever the whole family gets together and they start talking about people they've met and experiences they've had, you always get a mention.
Oh boy, I've totally talked to this lady before. It is really nice, but like, oh my gosh.
It's been many years now since the late Mr. and Mrs. Kamisato passed away. Much has happened in the Kamisato clan in that time. As someone who is old and gray enough to have watched their son and daughter grow up, it makes me so happy to see them meet a dependable friend whose company they enjoy so much. So, in the future, if you ever do have the time, please know you are always very welcome at the Yashiro Commission headquarters. There will always be at least one old lady who would be delighted to have the pleasure of your company.
Thank you. The people of the Kamisoto clan are very dear friends to me.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I have grown to like the characters here.
Haima likes it here too. Also, you were saying something about the food here being really great. Haiman's itching to try it. We may just have to invite ourselves around for dinner sometime. Haiman meant we should come pay a visit again real soon. Ideally around dinner time.
Of course. You're always welcome.
Who are you? You were just a lady that was here. I didn't think that you were like such a big deal.
Alright, goodbye for now. Where are we going next?
Oh boy, this word. Tatarasuna.
Great! Goodbye, ma'am. Don't worry, we'll see ourselves out.
All right, then. Take care now. Hope to see you soon.
Oh, are you two leaving already?
Yep, everything's taken care of now. Don't worry.
Very well. Safe travels. Goodbye.
Xavier's busy completing quests. Wait. Xavier is busy. What? Tatra Tails functional test. What? No, wait. No. That's not the thing. What is the quest? Well, where's that quest? There it is. That's far away. Okay. Oh my gosh, it's this one. Things do not look good. If two within have contracted their forces near the core, it seems that they have discovered something. Surely they don't intend to breach the core's defenses. No, we can no longer afford to delay. We must move now. Functionality test? I mean, we must test our machine friends' purification abilities. I have no intention of moving into the furnace only to find out it will not function. At that end, please help me find 3 Onikabuto, if you will. I want to place them near the mega furnace, which will cause them to be tainted by Tetragami. Then we will retrieve them and use the purification device to cleanse them. This is the test I have devised. This is the way. Where do I find these Onikabuto? Normally I have plenty of them. I also have heard they can survive near... why don't I just snag one from the furnace then? Well, you could do that, but if you were to take Onikabuto directly from the furnace for testing, to tell you the truth, I worry about the reliability of my little machine. It's best to work test step by step after all. Well then, let me find... I could just dip inside the furnace myself. Well, you could use yourself as a test subject, yes. But like I said before, the device's reliability may not meet expectations. If something unexpected truly does happen during the purification process, you might encounter some unforeseen issues. Let's just stick to using Onikabuto for now, shall we? Just 3 will do. Once you've caught them, bring them right back here. I have them. Take them. They're right here. I have 62. You can take 3 of them. It's fine. If that'll do, then yes, thank you. I shall begin the tests immediately. Test completed. Can I do the other one? Can I do this? I can. Okay. Xavier.
Here we are. But what are we looking for? Something or someone?
Do my eyes deceive me, or is that the Traveler and Paimon?
That's how you've talked all this time? Guys, okay, so for those of you that don't know, that quest that I just did to, like, free this guy up, I thought I was done with that quest because there had been so many steps to it that I had done before. This whole time he's been, do my eyes deceive me? Or is that Stormy and Paimon? I would have had so much more fun reading his lines if I had known that was the way he talked.
Xavier? What are you doing?
Your name is Xavier? I guess you are French, but I've just been calling you Xavier all this time.
I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. There, that's me. So what about you two?
I like that line. That's a good line. I was in the general area, and now I'm in this specific area. I have to remember to use that.
We have some questions and thought you might be able to help.
Do you know much about Tatrasuna? I mean, he's been...
Certainly do. I've researched the furnace here in some depth. If there's anything you want to know, just ask away.
How well do you understand the history of this area?
Like the back of my hand. Make no mistake, I have been here a good many times before.
What was the line from Star Rail you wrote down? Oh. I didn't write it down per se. I sent it to you, didn't I? In Discord? Hold on. I'll go back just a bit. She's been like this ever since just now. Oh, that was a good one. I appreciate that. The people behind this, they know what they're doing sometimes. They get some good jokes into their games. So, like, there's a lot of dialogue, so it's not all bangers, but, like, every now and again, there's a really good joke.
Not only that, but I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. They said it's all true, the history here.
I've met people in Inazuma whose families used to live in Tatarasuna years ago. Go on, I'm listening.
Oh, well,
Just
it's a
practicing his
long
voice
story,
for
don't you
later.
know? The tale of Tatarasuna starts a long time ago. I'm told that its history as one of the most foremost forging and smelting operations in the nation goes back around 1,000 years. Still, the furnace has had a couple of serious maintenance issues along the way.
A couple? When exactly?
One was just in the last few years, the other was several hundred years ago. A fun fact, I'm not the first Fontaine tech guy to come and work on it either. There was a guy back then too.
Yeah, we know about him.
They say he was a mechanic who consulted on a technology upgrade. It seems like the technological collaboration between our two nations goes back a long way. How about that?
Xavier, I feel like you're gonna sell me something. Just saying. Mechanic, huh? Looks like the doctor still sabotaged the furnace, leading to all the ensuing chaos. Yeah, none of history was actually rewritten, just the Balladeer's not in it anymore, which is sad.
Hey, weren't you gonna ask Xavier something about Tatarasuna? Come on, ask already!
I am.
Oh, I didn't realize you two were here for a history lesson.
Me neither. Paimon doesn't know what's gotten into this one today. Feels like we've been preparing for a history exam or something.
What brought this on? Did you just wake up today with a sudden burning desire for historical knowledge?
Who does his voice remind me of, Aster? He sounds like a narrator or something from somewhere. Someone on Cartoon Network, maybe? I feel like it's a character on Cartoon Network. Make him talk more. Yeah, I'll do that. Pretty much. So can I ask one more question?
Sure, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of a kabuki kimono connected to Tatarasuna?
A kabuki mono? No, I can't say that I have. I do know the word, Inazuman for those eccentric types who always go around dressed to the nines. Just the sort of person that I'd like to meet, actually.
Am I right? He sounds kind of similar to somebody. I don't know. Maybe it's just a kind of voice this guy's putting on. Great inventor. Yeah. I'm not really sure what the things we've been helping him with are, to be honest. His quests have always been a bit of an annoyance to me. They keep blocking story progress for other quests.
But sadly, I've never had the pleasure, nor have I come across anything to do with a kabuki mono where Tatarasuna is concerned.
So there's no more kabuki mono. Did the Balladeer really manage to erase himself from history completely? If so, he must have wanted to change the world and revert everything back to the way it was, but so far, it looks like the majority of changes have only affected himself. Thank you, Javier. How did you say it? Xavier.
Of course! Don't mention it.
Oh, we're leaving? Okay, bye, Xavier.
That's the word. That's what she said. Bye, Xavier.
Oh, you're most welcome. More than happy to help. Farewell.
I'll come across whatever character he reminds me of eventually. Come back to see Lesser Lord Kusanali, and then I'll probably wrap up the stream after we talk to her.
Whatever it is, it seems like it's really troubling you.
Yeah. Time didn't rewrite itself like I hoped it would.
Keep your smile, Spinal Crocodile. No matter what happens.
In several things, he is Donald Duck. Well, that's obviously not what I'm thinking of. That's funny, though. Wow. I can't believe that's what he really sounds like, huh? Also, he's Starscream. Wait. He's Starscream. Not the guy that's also Wolverine, right? It's not that guy. I don't see Wolverine listed, no. Maybe I'm thinking, maybe it was a different Transformer. Anyway. I don't know. But if he's been a Transformer, if he's been Starscream before, then I'm sure he's been in a lot of things that I've heard. He's been Donald Duck and Starscream. And then also this random NPC. How'd they get him to do this? I mean, they paid him money, obviously, but like... but like, this seems so beneath him to be this one random NPC. Oh well. Thank you, Paimon.
Don't mention it. Alright, let's head off and go meet Nahida.
That's so far away. I mean, I can teleport, but that's so far away. Make me scroll the map. Alright. Oh, it's a finale. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't want to do this part on stream. I know one thing that is coming up eventually, and I hope it's not this part. I don't know what... There's a choice that I know comes up, and I don't know what I want to choose. It's the kind of choice that I deliberate for a long time.
Hey, it's them!
Hey, it's them! It's those two! Those are the two fools that made me read their books! I want to punch them!
Akaba, Sawada, you're still here?
Are you still talking about the essay?
Indeed we are. If you have a moment, we'd love for you to join us once more.
No, don't make me read again! I'll be here for so long! If they make me read again, I'm for real ending the stream.
We have time. What do you want to talk to us about?
The same topic we discussed last time. Obviously.
The same topic we discussed last time!
Still looking for more info about Tatara Suna, huh? Should we join them?
I want to run away. I want to run away. Oh, Traveler has a point. Perfect. These two have researched Tatsurasuma's past. Let's hear what they have to say.
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real progress.
I don't want to read it again. I don't want to read it again. Look at that. Look at that. I hate this. They're gonna make me read it again, Aster. I don't want to.
Huh? Oh, of course.
Oh my god. I hate this. Wait. Are the yellow parts the only parts that have changed? Were they nice to me? I think the yellow parts are the parts that have changed. Yes. The yellow parts are the parts that have changed. Okay, I only have to read this. Okay, I'll do that. I can do that. It wasn't a real choice, Aster. It wasn't a real choice. The first one was totally gonna make me read it again too. There's no way. There's no way it was a real choice. A great many of these rumors revolved around the yokai, who are so very characteristic of Inazuma folk histories. A very small portion, however, mentioned the word outsider. it should be known that the appearance of such a character who is suspected to be based on a real person is a very curious case. The fact drew the attention of the researchers to delve further, and eventually the following pieces of information came to light. A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuma. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. How do you know it was just a comment? It was definitely gonna... You know what? Fine. You know what? I'll show you. I believe this so much. The thing about those kinds of cutscenes in Genshin, if you close the game and open them again, you get to start over, and you can choose the different choices than what you did before. I do this often because sometimes I'm like, I don't know if that was the right choice, right? So I'm gonna open the game again, and it's gonna show. It's gonna start at the beginning of that cutscene again. And this game, at the end of the day, doesn't actually let you make a lot of choices. There's very few choices they make that actually like stick. Especially in dialogue. There's one coming up that's a real choice that I know about. I don't want to do that other choice. Yeah. You're still the essay. Indeed we are.
What do you want to talk to us?
The same topic.
Still looking for more info about Tatarasuna, huh?
Unfortunately, we haven't made any real
That article that you let me read last time was great.
Huh? Oh, of course.
There it is. There it is. Back again. Guess who's back? Back again. Essay's back. Tell a friend. A lot of those things, Aster, in this game, aren't actually two different choices. It's just they have one thing that takes up two text boxes. Because it's just longer of a sentence than they wanted to put in one text box. I don't know why they do it that way instead of just making a larger text box, but they do. Yeah. Like so many times it's just like the beginning and the end of one sentence. So that one, it was like, it's a great essay. Can I read it again? That was one choice. That whole thing was one choice, and I could just click on either the first or the second half of it. Anyway, where was I? A foreign mechanic once visited Tatarasuna. Reportedly, the reason for his immigration was to exchange knowledge and forge ties with the locals. However, the mechanic seemed to behave suspiciously, often wandering around essential or restricted areas. And if someone tried to turn him away, they would only earn incomprehensible mumbles from his lips. The mechanic often stared into the furnace, seemingly to check on its condition. Unsettlingly, he also spent a substantial amount of time watching the local residents. Judging from the era, it was not uncommon to see cross-cultural exchanges of technological knowledge in places such as Tatarasuna. After traveling across the tides, foreign experts being welcome in the region was likely not unreasonable either. Yet, calamity came not long after this exchange of knowledge, which hints at high potential for causation between these events. However, some current residents believe that these assumptions were merely the result of their forebears' overactive imaginations, attempting to theorize how things actually unfolded. Alright, and then the mechanics one changed. I'm so glad they highlighted this in yellow. Otherwise, I would have totally had no idea what parts changed and just had to read the whole thing again. And I didn't want to do that. If they had made me do that, I was just going to be like, alright, stream over. Goodbye, everyone. Thankfully, it's just these two short sections that changed, not the whole thing. Alright, and this is an entry on the character, the mechanic. The mechanic. Long have I delved through many texts and documents, but I was ultimately unable to decipher even a specter of a clue as to his background. Still, mentions of the mechanic grew scarcer in the aftermath of the Tatarasuma incident. I speculate that, instead of the mechanic possibly being a figure woven from overripe imaginations, he actually did exist, and perhaps even had a hand in the events that took place in Tatarasuna. Did it. Read it. Done.
I presume you'll want to read mine as well. Here.
Okay. What parts are yellow? Miyazaki hid his grin. I was reading the previous one as him, by the way. It should have been him talking. My bad. I'm still going to read this one as him, but the other one, it was a different voice that I gave the other document before. I messed that up. Miyazaki hid his grin. Upon hearing this, Niwa released the lizard from his hand into Katsuragi's palm. But just as more words were to be exchanged, someone came walking nearby, their footsteps steady and confident. The head that appeared by the door was that of one from abroad. The newcomer placed some lunch boxes to one side, nodded, and made leave. Katsugiri called out after him, "Sir, what about your meal? Are you not hungry?" The man smiled upon hearing Katsugiri's words. "I already ate. I hope that you, my lords, may also find time to sate your hunger soon." "You are our guest, sir. To see you help in these trifling matters fills me with embarrassment," Niwa said with sincerity. The man smiled as if it was no matter. Then with a nod, he departed. Is there more that changed? Yes. Like a falling spear, the black cloud reached the bottom of the boat and was joined in its breftness of direction. Like a charging beast, they plunged into the shoreline. Scant steps away, the mechanic laughed, slowly approaching the grand wreck. Not but half an arm was left of the one who had cried out for help, and with a plop it landed at the mechanic's feet, who crouched to better study the object, straining against the urge to take a bite. Yet he did not, for the dark clouds swirling down had already picked the remnants of the ship clean. Did this talk about... Oh yeah, before it was not talking about the mechanic standing here. Interesting. Then a second ship was followed by... Then a second ship was sent, followed by a third and a fourth. Each who left to seek salvation did so under foul skies and bleak fortunes. Reason dictated that they should not have risked anyone else, but the situation in Tatarasuna was severe. They needed to gain aid from Inazuma, even should it cost them more lives. Cool. So much quicker than reading it the first time. The content has changed. Another effect of tampering with the information in Irminsul. The Balladeer said he'd erased 2 of his names. If he really succeeded, it must have taken all of his might, but still.
Well, what do you think?
A freaking masterpiece. Never show it to my face again.
Remember how last time Akaba was saying how you wished you could gather more information about all this? Well, we just got back from Inazuma. So how about we tell them what we learned?
Sure.
What did you find out? Something big?
We go all over the world, buddy.
It's a long story. Basically, we have some friends in Inazuma, and...
Tell the two riders what you learned in the Rango. Okay, cool.
So many new details. Thank you so much for sharing that with us.
That's the giant upside-down pyramid I was talking about, Aster. It's there. It's really kind of like a hourglass. It's even pulling in sand. But there it is. It's in the background.
Well, well. So it all comes down to one man's desire for revenge. Huh. You heard this from a member of the Armanoma clan, you say? Then I guess it must be true. Ugh. So there's no ghost story here after all.
This new information actually lends further credence to my hypothesis. Evidently, swordsmiths were seen as having an incredibly prestigious role in society those days, to the extent that harming them was conceived of, at least by the perpetrator, as a way of exacting revenge against those in power.
Yes, okay, point taken, you were right. But that doesn't mean I can't carry on with my novel.
And they're back at it. These guys are really into this.
We've got some things to take care of. Bye for now.
Oh, so sorry. Look at us, prattling on about our projects and ignoring you. Thank you so much for the information.
You're welcome. See ya.
Keep us in the loop if you find out anything else.
Will do.
Do I go in? Hello. Hello, little birds. You're cute. Goodbye. Alright, time for this nonsense. Just gonna take a moment to collect my things. Yeah. Let's see, who's coming up? They're coming up. I don't... Oh! Look at that! Baiju is actually finally getting added to the game. That's pretty cool. Wow. I mean, he's been in the game for a long time, but we're finally going to be able to play as him. Alright. Time for this. Are you daft? Why would you choose to read it? Why would you choose the read it again option? Are you daft? That's not how Aster talks, but that's just how I've been reading everything today, apparently. Nahida. I lost the Balladeer.
We're here! Traveler, Paimon, how have you been?
Ugh, where to start? Paimon hasn't had a moment's rest this whole time. That night, we ended up chatting and chatting until suddenly the sun was up. And then he decided he wanted to go to Inazuma.
I was investigating the situation with the Balladeer.
The Balladeer? It sounds like some kind of code name.
Right, you wouldn't remember it either.
You look troubled. Is there something you need to tell me?
Even Nahida doesn't remember. Just like last time, any changes to Irminsul affect her as well. The Balladeer acted quickly. He finished erasing himself before Nahida could stop him. I'm the only one who still remembers the things that were erased. Once again, I am the record keeper.
Traveler?
Hey, what's wrong? You look so upset.
There are things that have happened that only I can remember. I have to tell you the truth. Sorry, that was broken and scattered across time. With a heavy heart, you piece back together the story that was broken and scattered across time. Doesn't that... So the reason we didn't do this with Greater Lord Rukkhadevata was because we thought that it would, like, bring her back into existence, right? If we did that. And, like, just the, like, erasing her was important. So, like, does saying the stuff about the Balladeer again undo the changes? Or was that a needless precaution? Oh, there's more. Okay. There was once one named the Balladeer, created by the Elector Archon. He was a puppet who lived among men. After a series of events in Tatarasuma, the Balladeer, thinking he had been thrice betrayed, left Inazuma to roam the world beyond. With no trust for humans and only loathing for the gods, he bore his grudge for years as he grew in strength, then returned to Inazuma to take his revenge. He tried in vain to become a deity with a gnosis and ended up losing everything. Finally, he entered Irminsul and learned the truth behind his betrayal. Knowing now that his entire life was built on lies, he did the unthinkable in an attempt to reverse his tragic fate.
That's quite a story. So, this puppet known as the Balladeer erased himself from Irminsul, hoping that he could change the past.
But how was he even able to do that?
As the traveler said, he very nearly became Sumeru's deity. Admittedly, I remember it a little differently. I don't recall finding anyone inside the machine after we defeated it.
Ah, so that's how it rewrote. It's just the academia was making a big machine, not a machine that was built on a living puppet. Interesting.
Nevertheless, it does make sense. If someone were to successfully erase themselves from Irminsul, the world would change to reflect the new reality.
So, you believe this person really existed, and we just don't remember him because, well, because he literally changed the world?
Yes. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to do this. But I'm struggling to imagine the kind of person who would dare go through with it. The traveler comes from a world beyond Teyvat. That's why there's no information about him in Irminsul, and it also explains why any changes to Irminsul wouldn't affect him. So if there's anyone in the world capable of retaining memories from a past that has been rewritten, it's you. It's quite incredible when you think about it.
You can say that again.
Paimon's having a hard time understanding this Balladeer guy's motivations. Why did he do it?
I can only make inferences based on the information we've been given. As for what kind of person he was, only you remember that.
I'm not really sure. We were enemies after all. I don't know his perspective on all this, so I can't say why he did something so extreme. Did he want to reset everything? Or save someone? Or did he want to completely undo his existence? Everything can be set right. It's time to solve this once and for all. Maybe that's all there is to it. I still remember the question he asked. He asked me specifically, and my hesitation... He asked me specifically, and my hesitation gave him his answer. I hesitated because I witnessed Greater Lord Rukkhadevata erase her own existence. But I can't tell Nadia that. To put it another way, I know why the Balladeer was so sure it could work. But I can't tell them that.
Something else worrying you? Something that you can't share?
He chose such a radical option, and yet... It
couldn't change the fate of the ones who had died, right?
Yes.
Once the Balladeer realized he hadn't been betrayed after all, it must have completely changed his view of the people of Tatarasuna. Now he saw them as friends again. He couldn't keep hating humans after that. And if he thought there was a chance he could save his old friends, it would be hard not to try. The story makes sense. Every part of it. The Balladeer tried to achieve godhood with the doctor's help. He was unsuccessful, but retained the power to connect with Irminsul. That power then enabled him to change what was recorded in Irminsul and erase himself, even though he didn't have much strength left.
Yeah, it does make sense, but it still ended in tragedy for his friends. It just feels so hopeless. He gave everything to do this, but it seems like he got nothing in return.
Yeah, he changed the world in many ways, and yet the dead still didn't get a second chance. Those fated to a tragic end could not be saved. What exactly did he want to fight back against? The betrayals of his life? Or did he wish he'd never existed at all? Scaramouche wished he'd never been born at all.
Please wait a moment. I want to check something.
She's connecting to the internet, basically.
Found it. This should be the one.
Oh, thanks. I love cubes.
It turns out that I have a strange way of confirming everything he has told us.
What is it?
A record from a personal collection. It was tucked away in a corner. You should take a look.
Surprisingly, the information is presented to you in a way that resembles a fairy tale.
Is this a fairy tale? Who wrote it?
It matches everything I said.
I authored this record myself.
Oh, interesting. So it wasn't in the internet. It was just in her, because it's written like a fairy tale, maybe that means that it doesn't count as an actual record?
Huh? You wrote a fairy tale that somehow has something to do with the Balladeer?
When combined with the traveler's narrative, it's clear that this story is an allegory. Everything in it is a symbol for something else.
Hold on. So this record survived from the past?
Yes. Any information about the Balladeer or the Kabuki Mono and other records will have been changed. But I wrote this story in a way that means it was left intact.
Why did you do that?
Changing the information in Irminsul changes to that. But Irminsul can't change information that was well hidden in advance. I guess I must have written this story as a backup before the Balladeer entered Irminsul.
Why did you write it why did you know to write it like a fairy tale?
That's incredible! What a great idea!
And sending the traveler into Irminsul with the Balladeer must have been a further precaution. I knew he'd remember everything.
How did you know that?
This story is abstract enough that it still resonates with the present information recorded in Irminsul. But if we connect all the different pieces together, the true story that emerges is the one he told us. The now erased life of the Balladeer.
Are they going to read it to me?
There was once a lone monster draped in fox fur. The monster found a family of foxes, joined them, and they became friends. The monster lived with the family day and night, and everyone treated it as one of their own. Once in a while, the monster would take off its fox fur at night and lament to itself as it gazed at its reflection in the water. I am a monstrosity, yet they are too foolish to see it. I pity them. But the monster soon found solace when another came to live among the foxes who was not their kin. A kitten, carved from the wood of a white tree who had been abandoned by the humans. The kitten too wished to become a fox, but its tail was too slender and it could not grow a coat of richly colored fur. Yet when the other foxes saw this, they spoke words of comfort to the kitten. Even without a tail and fur like ours, you are still one of us. Furious at this happy resolution, the monster lit a fire on the mountain. The terrified animals panicked as the fire spread. The only way to extinguish the flames was to make a sacrifice. A gray fox stood up and addressed the monster. It said, "You are the cleverest among us. Surely you can help us find a way to solve this." The monster smiled, led the fox toward the fire, and murdered it. The gray fox's heart was turned into a beautiful drop of water, clear, spotless, and pure. The monster gave the heart of water to the kitten, telling him, "The foxes have decided. You are the one who must be sacrificed. Take this, quench the flames, and die for your fox kin." The fire was extinguished, but the kitten lived. It left that side of the mountain and found a little bird who had a broken wing. The two promised they would spend their whole lives together, but the little bird did not have long left to live. It passed away soon after. After burying the bird, the kitten left the mountain for good. Never again would it cherish a single creature nor a single blade of grass that stood on that mountain. The kitten spent the nights wandering aimlessly, gnashing its teeth at the moon. How it wished to swallow the moon and devour the moonlight. If the world could only return to darkness, then it would finally be peaceful and content. I will become the new moon, the answer to everything. Then, no one will know that there were once birds, foxes, and cats in this world. And no one can know that they were different.
We solved it!
I remember now. This is not just the Balladeer story. It is his very own memories. I made a backup so that it would be preserved no matter what happened. To become a god, he was experimented on and modified countless times. It was brutal torture, and the only reason he was able to survive is that he was a puppet. This memory was extracted from him by the scholars. Presumably, they kept it to have something to defend themselves with. Creating a deity was just the first step. Some of them wanted to be able to control it. That's why they backed up his memory for later use. I buried it deep inside one of my own dreams, and then hid it inside an allegorical story so that it wouldn't be altered.
It's hard to believe that this person really existed, let alone that he tried to get rid of us on more than one occasion. Paimon has no memory of him at all. He completely vanished like a puff of smoke.
The Balladeer agreed to help me look for information about the Descenders, and although he was unsuccessful...
Yeah, it's time travel nonsense. I'm not a big fan of this guy still.
Before he vanished, he confirmed an important detail. That Conria was where your twin first came into this world.
We knew that already.
We still don't know how the change to Irminsul will affect the senior ranks of the Fatui, but in all likelihood, they won't even remember their own Harbinger.
Yeah, see, this is another one where it's just the beginning and the end of a sentence. I've never had this feeling before. It feels like life is as insignificant as a feather.
It sounds like Paimon wouldn't like this guy a whole lot if he was still around. But still, Paimon doesn't like the way it all ended that much better.
This is why wisdom alone cannot answer all our questions. We look, we see, and we comprehend, but the question still troubles us. So the answer is not everything. People yearn to find the truth and then conquer the troubles they face. When you give someone the truth, you give them a chance to choose their own destiny. To others looking on, this may seem like a pointless endeavor, but for him, The chance to act on his desire to disappear must have meant a lot. Never forget that even when we walk beneath dark clouds along a road filled with suffering, the light of wisdom is always there, guiding us toward a better destination. And that is what you have been doing all along.
Yeah, Nahida's right. Cheer up. How about we go get something to eat? We can pick up this heavy conversation again later.
Good idea. Paimon, why don't you take him out for a walk to clear his head?
You got it. Come on, traveler. You need to get out of your head for a while. You'll feel much better after taking a walk. Let's go get a snack from one of the stalls in the Grand Bazaar. That'll be sure to lift our spirits. It must be really tough being the only one who remembers all that. But Paimon's always here to help cheer you up.
Quest's almost done. The quest is almost done. I think. I assume. Oh, it's just kind of down. Okay. It wasn't even really time travel. He just, like, erased himself. I have a nagging feeling like there's something I'm missing. Something important that I'm forgetting. Sorry, it's just... Give me a minute. I'm still processing.
Alright, whatever you want. Well, Paimon will be right here when you figured stuff out. Then we can get something to eat.
Come on, brain. Let's dig this out. It's gotta be in there somewhere. It was something about Irminsul and deleting oneself. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata, Forbidden Knowledge, Nahida...
What is it? Have you figured it out?
Oh, right! Forbidden Knowledge was why Greater Lord Rukkhadevata needed to be erased. Yes, that was it. Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. She said that no one can erase themselves from existence, not even her. Otherwise, why would she need to create her own reincarnation and Lesser Lord Kusanali to do the deletion for her? There would be no point.
Why'd you jump up all of a sudden?
No, I can't tell Paimon. She doesn't know about Greater Lord Rukkhadevata. But this is a crucially important detail. It's simply not possible for the Balladeer to completely erase his own existence, in which case the question is, what happened to him?
Excuse me, boss. There seems to be a small problem with the last bill. Look, here.
There he is. In all of his blue splendor.
Hey! Hey, wait!
You mean me?
No, not you. That kid. Didn't you see? Little rascal grabbed my last 2 fresh Sunsettias and ran off.
All the rest of my Sunsettias suck.
You're gonna help out here. You can't keep spacing out, okay? What is it? The work's too boring for you? Or has the big city got too many distractions?
I wasn't paying close enough attention. Sorry, boss. I think you're right. Maybe it's the city. It's so exciting. It can be hard to focus.
I'm just in the background creeping on this guy.
Who's that guy? You know him or something?
That guy is the Balladeer.
He's who?
You're a strange one, kiddo. You say you don't want any money for helping out here, and then when I actually give you some work to do, you keep letting yourself get distracted. I don't want to take advantage, so I'm happy to pay you what I'd pay anyone else. But if you keep acting like this, pretty soon I won't be able to afford to.
No, please. I mean it. You don't need to pay me anything. I'm just so thankful you agreed to take on an outsider like me.
You're welcome, I guess. But I got bigger things to worry about. Look, we're all out of Sunsetias. And I promised the lady down the street I'd deliver a fruit bowl this evening.
Leave it to me. I'll find some more. Just a moment. I'll be right back.
Stop. I'm gonna level with you, kiddo. I've never met a worker who said they didn't want a wage before. And at first, I got greedy. Couldn't believe my luck. But I figured you'd start asking for something in return eventually. You don't want money. You don't take days off. And in your free time, all I see you do is wander around, taking in the sights. Are you a drifter or something?
That's right, I am. We can talk more about that later. First, let me get those fruits you needed. Sunsetias, was it? I'll be right back.
Hey, what do we do now?
Let's follow him.
Okay, stay out of sight. Don't let him see you.
I'm gonna go beat him up. Oh. Just as one final act of cruelty, they make me do a freaking... Where the heck is he? Gonna make me do a stealth... Or maybe not. They really set it up like a stealth section, but... Doesn't seem like it is yet. I'll keep my fingers crossed.
Yeah, this'll do.
Does he remember?
Even though you say he's the Balladeer, what are we planning on doing? Stealing his Sunsetias? Isn't that a bit too cruel?
Nah, let's take his Sunsetias. It's not too cruel. My character's like, nah, it's good. Shush.
Oh, alright.
This should be enough. Guess I should wash them before I take them back.
If I wasn't seeing this with my own eyes, I would never believe it.
Huh? You two over there. Is there something I can help you with?
He spotted us!
You've been following me all the way from the city. I'd have to be blind not to notice.
You're right, we were following you.
Have we met before? No, we haven't met. But you know me?
Yes.
I have no recollection.
It's complicated, but I do know you.
Are you absolutely sure?
Sorry, but I just can't take your word for it.
I can prove it. You're a puppet.
A puppet? What makes you think that?
Huh?
You were right! The look on his face!
I guess you do know me after all. That is not something I share with a lot of people. Look, I'm just a wanderer. But seeing as you've gone through all this trouble to track me down, I'm sure whatever it is must be important.
There's somewhere I want to take you.
Okay, but please let me deliver these goods to my boss first.
Are you really working for that guy? He said you don't want any more for it. Is that true?
Yes, I ran into him out in the wilderness during a storm, and he let me take shelter in his cart. In return, I said I'd be his helper for a while.
That's oddly nice of you.
Let me take these back. Then I'll come with you, okay?
Alright.
Then let's return to the city.
Come on. Holy cow, it's been 3.5 hours. Where'd the time go? Okay, but like, I feel like we're so close to some sort of conclusion to this.
Here you go, boss. I'll leave them right here.
Oh, you really went and picked some more. Who are these two?
Something's come up, and they need to borrow me. Sorry, boss. I'm afraid I'll be away from the stall for a while.
I was just about to pay you anyway. Go wherever you want, kid. Don't waste your time here.
What?
I get it, okay? You just wanted to help me out, to thank me for giving you shelter from the rain that day. Even then, I don't understand why you're so adamant that you don't want any pay for it. But look, it was pouring down, and there you were, sauntering along without a care in the world, like you had nowhere to be and didn't even care that it was raining. Imagine you were me for a second. It's a little weird, right? Why is this guy traveling during a rainstorm if he's not trying to get somewhere? And why is he taking a shortcut through the open country if he's not even in a hurry? But anyway, taking you in didn't put me out even slightly. You don't owe me a thing for it. Certainly not all this. Your time is valuable. You know, you should go live your life.
But I don't...
He doesn't know what his life is.
No, you're right. Then I suppose this is where we say goodbye. Thank you again for taking me into the city.
Don't mention it, kiddo. I've run into all kinds of characters over the years. I just hope you find your path.
Thank you.
Man, can he just stay like this, please? That'd be great.
All right, done. Thanks for waiting for me. We can go now.
He's not gonna stay like this. There's no way. This way. Yeah, I'm gonna take your Sincetius. Thanks, bye. And your cabbages. Academia. Wait, this isn't the way. I guess it is. As we just went through the academia, alright. I probably could have fast traveled up there. Yeah, I want to go play Pokemon. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go.
What's wrong? Huh? Are you?
Hello. I do apologize for the sudden intrusion.
We found this guy in the street, but he doesn't seem to remember anything. So, yeah, quite an eventful walk.
You tell us, Lord Kusanali, what happened in the Grand Bazaar.
You say that you are trekking across to Vat to train yourself. Many other Inazumans who describe themselves in this way call themselves Shugenja. Why do you refer to yourself as a wanderer?
Well, it seems more relevant in my case. To me, it sounds like a plant with no roots. But these two claim that they know me, and that I have a hidden past unknown even to myself.
I wouldn't call it the past, but rather... this is a difficult one to explain. I don't like to rely on using terms like this often, but in your case, it seems that it ought to be called, previous incarnation.
Boy, if she only knew how fitting that was.
Oh, like a past life or something?
Yes, something far more distant than the past. So far away that you cannot perceive it.
Okay, I have to ask. What was I like in my previous incarnation?
You sucked. Like a lot. You were the worst. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I see.
You freaking sucked, my dude. You were the worst guy.
You want to tell me, but you can't bring yourselves to say it. Looks like I didn't have the most wonderful existence in my previous incarnation.
We're just trying to think where to start with how horrible you were.
If it's that difficult to talk about, I have no doubt it will be just as difficult to hear, but I'll be able to handle it. Please, tell me the truth.
Is truth something you care a lot about?
You sucked. You sucked. You sucked so much. You were the worst guy.
Yes.
Then I'll be straight with you. In your previous incarnation, you did many things that would be considered evil.
You sucked. You sucked.
You nearly died because of what other people did. And many died because of you. As a non-human being, you hated gods and humans alike. You drifted from place to place, never able to settle, even where you found status and identity. You adamantly believed that you were missing a heart. Actions rooted in persistence sometimes bear bitter fruit. Sometimes, you have to let parts of yourself go, or you'll never be happy.
Nahida tells the Wanderer about his past.
I gave everything I had, but it barely changed history at all.
In terms of the outcome alone, that's true.
You know, if someone else was to do that, you'd probably be totally gone, and maybe it would change things. It's just you can't do that yourself. So, like, if Nahida maybe was to delete you...
I don't think I can judge everything I've heard purely in terms of right and wrong. Each choice a person makes belongs to a specific place and time, a chain of cause and effect, a cycle of karma and consequence.
Yeah, I guess.
That is the nature of truth. If one thing is right, its opposite must be wrong. And yet, dichotomies like this are not enough to explain the world in all of its complexity.
It seems like my previous incarnation wasn't the most likable individual.
You sucked. You sucked. You sucked so much.
We're not trying to hurt your feelings or anything, but yeah, we weren't your biggest fans.
You sucked. We were each other's enemies. You sucked.
If we were enemies, why are you trying to help me find the truth?
I still don't trust you. That's why. You sucked. You sucked. You sucked that much.
This is so frustrating. This guy's supposed to be our arch enemy, but now he's just some random stranger we met on the street.
He sucked. He sucked so much.
He's got so much to answer for, but we can't make him talk because he doesn't remember anything. What a weird situation.
Yes.
Lesser Lord Kusanali, as the god of wisdom, I trust that everything you told me must be true.
Yes, it's all true. I can even show you the memories themselves, if you're willing.
Oh, that's gonna turn him back on again, isn't it? It's gonna be like an activation code, I bet. He sees the memories and he's gonna be like, ah, because that's what happened to Nahida, right? She saw the fable or something, and she was like, oh, wait a minute, now I remember everything. So like, if we show him his fable, he's gonna get he's gonna get Hitman activated, I bet.
Please, I want to see them for myself. I want to experience my own transgressions.
Can't you just believe us that you sucked?
Even though it will cause your present self great mental anguish?
I'm just a puppet, with no heart and no name. There is nothing in this world for me to cling to fill the void within me. Except maybe these sins that can never be undone.
You sucked, and you're emo.
Very well. As you wish.
Wait, shouldn't we go with him? This one's kind of on us for bringing him here.
Don't worry. Whatever danger I might face, it's my burden to bear.
Traveler, could I ask you to supervise him on my behalf?
Okay.
Oh, good point. Given your, unique situation, we'd better keep an eye on you.
I mean, kind of, yeah. There was this, so we were in the army for a while, right? Like, our main character was in the army for a while. And, we became, like, the head of a platoon of soldiers, right? And there was this other guy that we met that, like, rose through the ranks with us and was the head of another platoon of soldiers. And, like, there was like the stretch of time when we were like hanging out with this other platoon leader, and we were like best friends, and we were like, oh, you know, we both got promoted at the same time. It's like, let's go get our uniforms together. And like all this time, this other guy's like trying to get stronger, right? Eventually he starts to seem like he's like a lot older, and I'm sitting there like, I think this is on stream, maybe not. I might have just like recorded it myself, but I was like, how much time has passed? Because he was like starting to get like frail, and his like hair was turning gray, even though he was getting like really, really good at fights and stuff. He was taking on huge sets of enemy forces from the Raiden Shogun, because we were in the Resistance Army back when the Raiden was doing the Vision Hunt Decree and stuff. Well, it turns out that a bunch of our soldiers were being given these things called delusions, which are like, so visions in this world are these little trinkets that people get supposedly from the gods that give them like these special elemental powers. We don't need one because we already were a powerful being from a different world. But like pretty much everyone else that's not a god already needs one to do their like special fancy magic. But the Fatui, who are basically the Russian mafia, were making delusions, which work the same way, except they drain your life force as you use them. And so in his quest to get stronger and be a better soldier, he, along with a bunch of our other forces, accepted these delusions from the Fatui in order to be able to be better soldiers to fight in the resistance. And they basically gave up a lot of years of their life in order to do so. And this guy sucked so much. He was the guy that was at the head of that whole operation of giving these delusions to the soldiers for the sole purpose of just like causing chaos in Inazuma, right? And he thought it was just so amusing that they would basically give up what was left of their comparably short life to his, because he's basically immortal, in order to feel for a moment what it was like to have these superpowers. And Yeah, and so Tepe died, but and we left him. He was like, "I'll be okay, and when you get back, we'll we'll uh, we'll get our uniforms together, and it'll be great." Um, and and that was the angriest I've ever seen the Traveler in that moment when he rushes off to try to go take down the Balladeer, and I was like right there with him. I was like, "Yes, let's go kill this man." Unfortunately, he drugged us, so we weren't able to beat him. And then he becomes the boss of the next like region of the world after that, which was cathartic. They put him in a big mech suit, and after we finish here, I might go beat him again. Also, he's just been a jerk. He's been like Gary Oak times 10, like even when he's being quote unquote nice to us. So there's that too. But yeah, there's a little history lesson on why this guy sucked. Why he sucked so much.
Understood.
When he changed history, I really hoped that that meant that Tepe would be back. He was not back. That was why I was over in that other area when you came into the stream. It's because I was checking the place where Tepe died to see if he would be like alive and fine there. But unfortunately, it looks like nothing actually changed about the world except everyone doesn't remember him. Which sort of, yeah, he sucks so much. uh
Thank you. Now, prepare yourselves, everyone.
I've never quite gotten over the Tepe storyline in this game. They reference it every now and again. There was a time that we went back and we talked to like the commander, and she was dealing with she has like issues with working herself too much to the point where she passes out basically. And she wanted us to find some stuff in some of her books or whatever, and we find like one of her journals where she talks about she talks about like us coming back to the camp at different times, and she mentions that like our character and her both kind of non-verbally agree to not bring up Tepe because it'd be too emotional for both of them. Okay, time to do this thing. Oh, it's a thing. It's a fight. The memories of a certain puppet. He can be the Balladeer, harbinger of the Fidui, and he can also be the Kabuki Mono, who was once sighted in Tarasuma. Let's do this.
This looks like Inazuma.
Right now, you're in a dream I created using information extracted from your memories.
Cool.
These memories will show you the raw truth, but be aware that enemies may react just like in the real world. Please be careful.
Sounds like an immersive experience. It's a good thing we came along.
We're in the simulated universe.
You don't need to do this for me. I don't deserve your protection.
This guy's gonna get he's gonna get activated again, I'm sure.
Well, we had to once, but that was your doing.
Yeah, they're talking about when he drugged us. And now we're just finishing the job. Now it's time to beat you up. I want to beat this man up.
All right. Thanks.
Wanderer, this is the Shake Pavilion. In your Balladeer incarnation, this is where the Electro Archon placed you after your creation. You had a great many memories here.
Is that because this is kind of like his birthplace?
You could say that, in a sense. You'll see why shortly.
I hear footsteps.
This place is huge. I can't believe the landslide didn't fill it in. I wonder who built it. The Crystal Marrow Miners? No, there's no way. Look at this exquisite construction work, and so well preserved, too. No mining crew would be capable of this.
You were in the books. You were in the books and stuff that I read before.
There's someone passed out on the ground.
Who are you?
You're awake. What happened? How'd you get stuck here? Are you injured? Huh. Not a scratch. And these fine clothes. Who are you?
This man is Katsuragi, deputy to Torichiyo's adopted son, Mikoshi Nagamasa. He found the Balladeer in Shake Pavilion and took him back to Tatarasuna.
And the rest is history. Well, it used to be.
Those words were all real words that they use in this game.
In the original version of events, Katsuragi was ultimately killed by Nagamasa.
Let me get you out of here. Our people are nearby. Hang in there.
During the Tatarasuna incident, Niwa was murdered by the doctor disguised as a mechanic. The Balladeer, then known as the Kabukimono, disappeared not long after.
I'm so glad that Nahida is it's gonna make you relive your friend's death, but man, I hope not. I hope not. This will make me sad. I mean, he's okay, so here's the thing. He's an NPC, right? So he looks like so many other NPCs in this game, but it just makes me sad because they really built him up to be, I don't know, we spent a lot of story time with him and he was just a pure person.
As the second in command at Tatarasuna, responsibility for what had happened fell to Mikoshi Nagamasa. But Katsuragi had sworn lifelong loyalty to Nagamasa after the latter had once saved his life. At Katsuragi's insistence, Nagamasa killed him to put an end to the Tatarasuna incident.
And like Scaramouche here, the Balladeer, whatever you want to call him, he's got so many names and none of them are true anymore. Like, he wasn't directly the like killer of Tepe, but like he like basically sold him a poison for later, you know. But will he do the Fandango? There have been many jokes about Scaramouche. About Scaramouche wishing he had never been born at all. That's what this whole plotline is Scaramouche wishing he'd never been born at all. He was also created by the Electro Archon, so there's thunderbolts and lightning. So yeah, part of me wonders like how, like if that was intentional, if it was intentional, how long they planned it for, if it holds true in the other languages of the game. Yeah, I'm not sure. Now he's just Wanderer, which is very similar to our Traveler name.
Katsuragi seems like he was a good guy.
He looks like a warrior, but he has a kind face. Why
It's
couldn't
called
he live a
Finale.
happy life?
It's called Kabukimono's Finale. How much longer can it last? It's gonna be a 4-hour stream. Look out for chests. I don't see any chests. This thing should be able to open. No? Okay. I'm gonna just drop down. This door. There's a chest. Break the stuff.
Nagamasa, I found this young guy in a cave sealed off by a landslide. He doesn't remember his name.
Well, we need to call you something. I hear the workers are calling you the Kabukimono.
It's fine with me.
Katsuragi, report to Niwa. Tell him we have someone new joining us.
What does this button do? Oh. Oh, it just lets me back up here. Oh, hey, I missed a cabbage. Thank you. That's cool that they let you go back. Door resurrect. Oh, another chest. Ah! But I want that chest. Ow. As it didn't hurt all that much. Kind of just tickled a little bit, to be honest. There was a time when those traps mattered more. Mm-hmm. Ah! Rude. Ceiling hit me. Can't they see I'm busy searching for traps? Oh.
Huh? What are we doing back here?
I hear voices.
Whoa, this is where you were born? It's pretty.
Oh no, it's the sick kid.
There's nobody here.
I was abandoned, like you. I lived here for a while at first, but there's nothing for us here.
This kid didn't break his promise.
Stay.
So dumb that he counted this as a broken promise. This is because the kid was sick and couldn't keep living anymore.
Okay. I heard my mom and dad used to make swords, but the factory manager died, and then my dad got sick. He kept coughing all the time, just like me. Then Mom started coughing too.
Right? Balladeer counted this as a betrayal. He and this kid were like, let's be friends forever. And then the kid's too sick and dies, and he's like, how dare he betray me?
But you can't. You promised me.
Exactly, see?
Yup, we're family now. We're gonna be together forever and ever. This child didn't have a name. Or rather, the Balladeer didn't know what to call him. His father died before he could name him. After his mother died, the child stayed in their straw hut alone. Some of the neighbors helped to raise him. After leaving Tatarasuna, the Balladeer ran into this child who didn't have a name, just like him. They made a promise to live together.
What happened to the child then?
He died from his illness while he was still very young.
We need all the lights off right now.
Found that he had stopped breathing.
Not to laugh about the serious moment here, but the fact that the game was like, all the lights turn off right now when we show this. To be fair, I only saw the tree at first.
What's wrong? Say something!
Oh, yep. He's getting engaged.
We could be family. You're no different from Niwa and all the others. You betrayed me too.
Oh boy, we broke him.
The voices have gone. It looks like the memory ends here.
Let's keep going.
Oh. I guess maybe that was just him in the memory. I guess. Oh boy, is this where we come in? Hold on. Chests. Any chest? Hey kid, did you have a chest? No? No treasure. Oh, this is the first room we were in. Right, they did say we were here. It's like, why... Excuse me. Rude. It's just one of those things that warped us again. Okay.
do realize you're blocking my path.
I come not to obstruct you.
Ooh, this is the big bad guy.
What you are truly is a weapon. One that could be wielded with an iron will.
Ooh.
Or
Fatui.
you could continue to drift aimlessly.
Are you trying to win me over?
Long-fated rebellion has begun. Why not take your place at the banquet and join those who shall feast?
Oh. Ooh. You have a lot of HP. Alright. Oh, there we go. You just had a lot of shield. Oh, alright. No, no, no. This one's a healer. Guy left his shield on the ground. The potato. Aha! I knew it. Alright, any other breakables or chests? No. Okay. Ah, this is the room. This is the room that he drugged us in.
This place is dark.
Feel that purple mist? That was the drug I was talking about.
Paimon knows this place. It's the delusion factory in Inazuma.
Yeah, this is where you sucked the most.
In the original version of events, the Traveler once encountered the Balladeer here.
Such a creepy atmosphere. And so familiar.
Yeah, it sucked. I remember this. It was an unsettling place.
Hey, look over there.
Well, well, my fair lady. Is this rundown factory and these incompetent fools all for me? Wow. You shouldn't have.
Huh. What do you have to gain from belittling your subordinates? You might not want to admit it, but you are a part of this plan. Perhaps you find fighting in the abyss to be a more meaningful use of your time? Oh, but of course, even this pales in comparison to being experimented on by the doctor.
What a sharp tongue you have. Funny how negotiating never seems to be your strong suit. For the task ahead, I suggest you keep your true feelings to yourself.
Save your breath. I know what I have to do.
She has to go die. She has to go be the next boss battle.
I'm sure you think so, but I still think you need to hear it. Don't start thinking you're invincible, and don't let your emotions get in the way.
Surely you're not worried about me.
I just can't have you getting in my way. You and Child never fail to find ways to complicate things.
I'm merely lighting a little fire in this chaotic nation. But you, being tossed out like trash, must make you want to destroy it completely. Do you remember the last time you were here? That was a lot of swordsmiths you killed. I'm sure the descendants of the Raiden Gokaden are still suffering the consequences now. Look at you. Oh, don't get so sentimental. Now, give that poor little tongue of yours a rest and stop pretending like you're above everyone else. Bye then. See you at the victory feast.
Poor little tongue? She's playing with fire talking to me like that. Who does she think she is? Forget it. Someone might find me here any minute now. I should prepare to give them a warm welcome.
Is that when I storm in?
The does not end here. There is more of this story to come. Wanderer, are you able to continue?
Yes. Please don't worry about me.
Why are you staring at me in silence? Can't you think of a nicer way to express yourself?
I'm under no obligation to be nice to you. Besides, I thought nothing mattered to you except results in your own interests. Isn't that right, witch?
Muddle-headed puppet. You're only number 6 because you can take more abuse than other humans. Do you really count that as an asset?
You're about as much fun to be around as a raging inferno. But before we murder each other, it'd be best if we finish our duties.
I always think this enemy is going to attack faster than it does. Where'd you go? Clearly over here, but where's that?
Let me amuse myself a little.
Bird!
With the wind!
Can't run from death.
Looks like we have arrived in Sumeru.
Okay, we skipped over the Tepe bit. Kind of.
Considering that Amorta's sage, Nafis, refused to join this project, I'll take part in the experiment in his place.
Welcome. I look forward to a fruitful collaboration.
When do we start?
You seem impatient. You should know that becoming a god is far from a trivial affair.
The biological transformation is a lengthy process. As such, I too would recommend that we commence as soon as possible. In the event that a successful connection is established, his body will become permanently bound to the machine, and he will be unable to move independently of it.
This guy kind of sucked too. He was big on hoarding knowledge, basically.
Nothing worse than what I've been through before then, Doctor.
He was big on, like, keeping knowledge from the people.
You were the most resilient test subject I ever came across. Thanks to you, I was able to garner a great deal of information. Alas, after that, you were under orders to remain in the abyss. We barely saw each other, and it became difficult to further refine the knowledge I had gained.
Honestly, these four are just a room full of assholes right now.
That was gracefully worded. Ever wonder what they'd think if they knew that nothing matters to you, apart from your crazy experiments?
I suggest you speak to me in a more respectful tone, Scaramouche. The mere fact of your utility does not make you indestructible.
The doctor again? That was uncomfortable to watch.
That person gives off a very sinister energy.
He's the doctor. He's behind all of this.
It's normal for him to give you the creeps. He scares the bejeebers out of Paimon.
Also, he's, like, somehow a lot older than he looks. Because he was behind the, like, actual stuff. He's the monster in Fox's fur that was in the story. So, like, he's been around for a long time.
Let's move on.
Oh, please don't tell me I have to do these puzzles. Okay, good. Puzzles in this dungeon, they were fun, but I don't want to do them right now.
You're a god. Do you think I'm evil?
If you accept that he is you, just as you are you, then yes, you are evil.
In your eyes, are there any differences between humans and puppets?
Do you think there are any differences between your present self and your previous and future incarnations? If not, then what are the differences between humans and puppets? Whoever has tasted the joys and sorrows of life in the human realm is human. Whoever has loved and lost, cried with grief, howled with rage at the tragedy of death that eclipses the miracle of life, they are human too.
Boy, that was a very non-answer.
I've seen enough of my past. If possible, I'd like to reclaim the sins that are mine to bear. No matter the consequences, I won't run from blame or punishment. Whatever I am due, let it come to pass.
Are you saying...
Can you return my memories to me?
Oh, don't put him in asshole mode.
Huh? But won't that mean you'll lose your current identity?
Oh, welcome back. I was talking to you. I didn't realize you had left. We saw a bunch of his, like, memories. They kind of skipped Tepe a little bit. They showed the, like, room where we fought him, and he drugged us. With the gas drug that we, inhaled. And now he's like, can you give me my memories back? Because he's like, I don't deserve to be free of my memories. I need to be punished for what I did before.
I've always believed that human lives follow a set of rules, with each person being a collection of past experiences.
I see no incoming problems. Yeah. Oh, we also saw him and the doctor and two people from the academia, including the previous like head of the academia, all hanging out talking about trying to turn him into a boss monster, into a god. And I was like, all these guys sucked. This is a room full of 4 assholes right now. The previous head of the academia was all about like hoarding knowledge away from the people, basically. He like they basically had the internet in Sumeru, and he was like, yeah, but normal people can only access certain parts of the internet. Was basically the plot line of Sumeru. And like in the meantime, they're trying to turn this guy into a god.
As a puppet living in a human world, my life is subject to the same rules.
Regaining your memories means reverting completely to your previous incarnation. All the emotions that you discarded will return to you. Are you sure you want to do this?
I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this unless I get to beat him up again.
I've lived with a void in my chest my whole life. My creator didn't need me. And ever since I awoke, I've just drifted from one place to the next. But then I met you. And I finally realized that reclaiming my missing sins might be my one opportunity to become my true self.
No. We should not have brought this man back. Is this the true meaning of Greater Lord Devata's words? A person can't erase themselves, and even though the original Balladeer has gone, this person will live on in his place? Are a person's sins an inescapable part of their destiny too?
I've always felt I have an innate tendency to yearn for something more, in a way that goes deeper than for most people. But for all my soul-searching as a Shugenja, I've never fully understood it. Looking at it now, It seems that I brought this curse upon myself. So I beg you, grant me this opportunity to gain a purpose, to change my destiny, and end my wandering.
He's so much nicer to talk to as a wanderer. Now he's gonna go back to sucking again.
Since your mind is made up, I will return to you that which is yours.
You made another copy of that, right?
You have made your decision. Now, take this.
Set him free?
A puppet? What's he doing here? You're a human as far as I'm concerned.
Everyone's here. Wonderful.
What a fine blade. Nagamasa will be thrilled. This is my...
Is he alright?
Oh, that's the boss that made him. It's here. Gonna charge in with my dull blade.
All worthless dross will be purged. That's why this won't be the end.
Balladeer?
I think that's the first time we see a person granted a vision on screen.
Die. This is trying my...
Oh, we beat him up as him? Interesting.
Have you got any more stupid questions?
Yeah, he's back. I don't know how to fight as him. Especially without my healer character. This isn't cool. It's been a long time since I, Hold on. I need to eat some food. I don't have my NRE. Okay, let's eat something that grants attack boost. So we'll have, sure, let's have that. And then something that grants defense. I don't have anything for electro defense, so let's just have, I don't know, let's have this.
Perish! Squall and Fury. Feeble human. Bow your head. That's far enough. My endless cycle
Oh boy. Let's have these, shall we? I'm full now. I did it. Everlasting Lord of Arcane Wisdom. That's what he was.
Get out of my sight.
It disappeared. Did we win?
What did you expect? I'd never lose to that.
There's the tone of voice again. You're definitely back to your old self.
If I hadn't fed you, like all those things, you'd have definitely lost to that.
Wait, but it was you inside that thing too. What have you got to be smug about?
Sorry. I'm harsh on myself and everyone else. Just the way I am.
Now you've recovered your memories, the past will catch up with you.
You sound like you're concerned about me.
No, I'm the past that's come to catch up with you.
But don't worry. Thanks to you, even if I didn't change a thing, at least I now know the truth.
The memory recovery seems to have been a success. This dream has served its purpose.
Come on. Let's continue this outside.
Me, myself, but not I. Can I finish this quest? For heaven's sake. They really are dragging me along here. I don't see any chests here. And I can't go that way even though the door looks like it should open. Can't get down here either. So yeah, I'll leave the domain.
Welcome back, traveler. Paimon, Balladeer.
It feels like we just went on a really long journey. Paimon's exhausted.
Was a really long journey.
You don't like being addressed by that name?
It's fine. But I was just thinking, I should probably change it.
You won't go by the Balladeer anymore?
After learning about everything the doctor did, there's no way I can carry on using a name connected to him. I'm not planning on returning to the Fatui, and they wouldn't take me back anyway. Recent events will have affected a lot of people, and they might not even remember who the Sixth is.
Yeah, they probably won't. That's gotta be kind of weird since, like, you're all numbered, right? So all of a sudden, this number 6 is just gone.
So, you're quitting the Fatui for good?
Let's call it a tactical retreat.
It's like you said, Lesser Lord Kusanali. Everything may look futile, but it wasn't completely meaningless. At least I made a lot of people forget about me.
But that doesn't mean your own past has disappeared.
Nope.
Of course.
And your main goal, for which you gave up everything you had, you weren't able to achieve it. I hope you can see and understand that. Changing the world, changing the past, changing the fates of other people, these are not simple things to accomplish.
If you deleted him, he would be gone though, probably.
What you are looking for is complete annihilation. But this is just a fantasy. Even if the Balladeer is removed from existence, the world will not heed your will.
Indeed. How ridiculous.
Do you regret doing all that when you've gotten so little in return?
Even if I'm completely worthless, there's nothing in the world worth regretting. Lesser Lord Kusanali, you purposely left that information in Irminsul, didn't you?
Yes, and I took pains to make sure that you'd acquire that information naturally.
Why would you go to such lengths? You trying to win me over too?
In all honesty, your past experiences have made you a useful asset to Sumeru and to me. Winning you over was indeed a part of my plan. But before that, I wanted to tell you the truth about your past. If all I wanted to do was use you, then I'd be no different from the doctor.
Very clever.
I guess you could say that's one of my virtues.
I mean, she is the god of wisdom.
Utility to others is what gives me worth. So if embracing my sins is what it takes to make me useful again, so be it.
Nahida doesn't see you in that way.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. You're the good guys. You're into justice and all that. Sorry if I have a slightly different perspective on things, but I don't feel like I've been duped. The wisest leaders are fated to end up with the best helpers. I can live with that.
I'm glad you're able to think of it in that way. Traveler, in the future, I'll continue to search Irminsul more deeply and see what secrets can be uncovered, including the beginning of your twins' journey recorded in Irminsul. What exactly happened before and after that point? I want to know as well.
Thank you. Let's hope you can find some answers.
I will try.
Traveler.
Yes?
After I dove into the information torrents in Irminsul, why did you go to Inazuma?
Because I wanted to know what you'd changed.
So that's how you found out whose fate had changed. And how? Well, whatever your reasons, you did me a favor. And I'll do everything I can to pay it back.
I didn't do all this for a reward. Please don't make it sound like I'm extorting you.
Borrowing and returning are the only real relationships between individuals. I'll balance the books one day. Don't you worry.
Yeah, you still sucked. I haven't forgiven you yet.
That's not true. A relationship between two people is not simply a ledger that can be reset to zero.
And if that's true, you've got a lot to make up for, my guy.
I think deep down you realize this. People who show up in your life don't just evaporate like water drops and leave nothing behind. There is no such thing as balancing the books. Some things in this world can never be brought back, and they can never be changed, which is why there is emotion in the human world. Everything that you feel is real and lasting, and whatever is missing in you will not be made whole. To be human is to live with imperfections. You can choose whether or not you want to be human.
But humans can't live without a heart, can they? Anyway, I gave up trying to become a human a long time ago.
You understand what pain is perfectly well, even without a heart. You're just bearing your feelings. The past is set in stone, but you can keep moving on. And the longer your future lasts, the shorter your past will become, until one day, it is but a tiny fraction of your life.
I get what she means. She means that part of his past, because his past will continue to be a greater fraction of his life. But I get what she means.
Sounds like you've got a future planned out for me.
I hope you can give Nahida a chance.
Everything's ended up being pretty darn complicated. Paimon doesn't even know where to start, but the most important thing now is that you need to follow Nahida. Otherwise, all our efforts will have been for nothing.
And there he goes. Okay, bye.
Then I guess I'll be helping you from behind the scenes from now on.
Cool. Thanks, Wanderer.
I'm glad that you've accepted our proposal. Why don't you choose a new name to celebrate?
Ooh! Paimon wants to pick an ugly nickname for you, too.
Why?
Because Paimon still doesn't like you that much.
Then I hope we don't see much of each other in the future.
A name is life's first gift. You didn't say it out loud, but I know that's what you're thinking. The Traveler and Paimon have helped you a lot. If you can't decide on a new name, maybe you can ask them for ideas.
You want us to decide?
No, Paimon only does nicknames.
I don't want to do this.
Anything?
Rules and disclaimers for name modification. Name change rules. You can obtain an item, an appellative stroke, from the Archon quest interlude Inversion of Genesis, which will allow you to change Eons Adrift Wanderer Animo's name. Please take note that some names cannot be utilized in this change. Once you have renamed this character, some interfaces in the game going forward will display the name that you have chosen. There is a limit to the number of times you can rename this character, so do so with care. Disclaimer. Travelers, please ensure that you follow the terms of service when using this function to create a healthy gaming environment. Please read and confirm that you will not instigate or take part in the creation of content that discriminates against any race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, government, or region. Why they put government in there? The bullying or insulting of any travelers or groups of travelers. Any other content or behavior that violates the terms of service. They could just put that takes part in any content or behavior that violates the terms of service, and that would cover everything. But we may also have to restrict your use of the game services if you do not follow these rules. This may include suspension, restriction, a name reset, forced disconnection, login suspension, or account forfeiture. At the same time, you are welcome to use the report function to send feedback to us should you encounter the aforementioned situations. My grandson, what was his name again? Yeah, I could name him Gary Oak if I wanted to. It seems a bit on the nose. Maybe something that clashes with my character name? Looks like a blue to me. So my character's name's Stormy, obviously. I don't know if maybe there's a better thing. Hold on. I'm gonna Google some stuff. I'll be back in a bit. If you're still up, we can hang. Yeah. After I finish this quest, which will presumably end at some point, I'm gonna end the stream, get some food, and still be around for a little bit. I have stuff to do tomorrow, but it shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, and the good thing about this Wanderer thing is they have outlined here that there is a way to rename this person. Hmm. Hmm. Can only rename him once. Hmm. What about Rain? I'm gonna look up weather-related names. This is why I didn't want to do this part on stream. I don't think I want to just name him Blue. Name him Sunny. That's kind of the opposite of Stormy is Sunny. That's kind of funny because it's very not what he is. Hmm. What will I do? I don't think it keeps them.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay. Have you got anything?
Okay, it does let you try stuff out. I want to see if it will accept this.
Are you sure?
No.
Okay. Have you got anything?
Hmm.
want to share your name with me? Huh. Not a bad choice. Okay. Have you got anything?
Man, Astra, I don't know. I hate that they make us make choices this late into the game, right? Because at this point, this is so many years of playing this, and it's like, I can't just start over. You know, I have stuff that I couldn't get again if I was to start over. And like, I guess they give us one time that we can rename him, is what it seems like. But like, oh my gosh. I'm thinking either Rain or Sunny. I think I might name him Sunny as the joke, you know? Right? That's a funny joke. It's like we got this guy named Stormy, and then this guy named Sunny, which seems totally opposite, right? We got like a yin and yang thing going on. And then I can be like, listen here, Sunny. Aster, you're not here. I want to ask you. You've been here for the whole thing. Hold on. What do you think of Sunny? I'm gonna message you on Discord. I don't think he's at his computer. No, he's not. All right, well, I'm gonna pick Sunny. Sunny. I'm spelling it right. Let me double check I'm spelling it right. Sunny. Yeah. Yep.
Are you sure?
Yes, I think this will do.
Oh, all right. If you say so.
There. Now you have a name of your own.
What about a nickname? Are you done yet?
Yeah, Paimon, you had a bunch of time to think of a nickname.
Still thinking. Stop rushing me.
Hey, I had to come up with something, Paimon.
Take your time. I don't need to see you again until you've thought of one.
What do you plan to do next?
Everyone who manipulated me and made me suffer will have to pay the price.
Okay, cool, but like, what about trying to make up for the things that you did at some point?
You mean the Fatui?
The doctor, at least.
Now that your stance has changed, I believe your future path will change accordingly. But it won't be immediate. You still need some time to compose yourself.
One more thing. There are still some descendants of the Raiden Gokuden living in Inazuma. Some of them know. Well, they ought to know about the connection between Raiden Gokuden and myself. I don't plan to leave Sumeru for the time being. If you see them in Inazuma, please tell them that I was the one responsible for the Raiden Gokuden's downfall. Even though the events have been erased from the world, they still deserve to know the truth.
What was the point of erasing yourself from the world if everything's gonna go back to the same? Whatever.
I see. That is up to you.
Huh? But if we do that, then...
It's fine. Let them stab their blades into my chest if they so desire. Maybe that's how it always should have been.
Fine.
No nonsense. I like it. All right, let's call it a day. Goodbye, wise deity. And you too.
He's gone. What he went through today would have been like living an entire lifetime in an instant. He'll need some time to calm down.
Yeah, true. But even so, after everything that's happened, he doesn't seem quite as fierce anymore.
There were some bumps along the way, but it's all over now.
So we can finally go eat? Paimon is starving.
Yes, hopefully we can all finally go eat.
Thank you both. I hope you will find somewhere nice to go and relax for a while.
God, this was a 5-hour stream. What's wrong with me? These two.
I can end my novel with some words from Mikoshi Nagamasa.
You mean because everyone else in the story is dead?
Yeah, I heard that Mikoshi Nagamasa died at a ripe old age. He's the perfect fit to be the narrator of the epilogue. The dark clouds had dissipated, but they continued to cast their shadow in Mikoshi Nagamasa's mind for decades to come. Then, one night, as an old man, he had a dream. On the night when that prized blade, the Daitatara Nagamasa, was forged, the people rejoiced, and there was painting, dancing, and drinking. All these expressions of joy melted down in the furnace fire and turned into red clouds that rallied around the final sunrise that Mikoshi Nagamasa saw in his lifetime. Life is a story too long to be told, a journey that you must walk to behold.
Turn to the resting place. There's still more? I want this to end. Your names are very similar. Oh gosh, I didn't... Oh boy. Alright, let's, There we go. Heal myself. In fact, let's get one of these. Oh, this is the resting place. Okay. It's not a grave, it's just a place to rest.
It's about time we had a break.
Yeah.
As soon as you stop, all the tiredness and hunger comes rushing back.
Rest up, Paimon. I'll buy some delicious treats as a reward.
Wow, great! Huh? Look at that vase.
What about it?
Did someone break it while they were cleaning the room or something? But Paimon doesn't remember there being a cleaner.
You broke it. The night we stayed here, Paimon bumped the table after being startled by something to do with the Balladeer and broke the vase. The Balladeer erased his existence. He changed the world, so why is his vase still broken? The same reason that everyone else is still dead.
You sound lost and confused.
Who's that?
I know why you are troubled. Any who knew of this would find their mind overwhelmed.
Huh? Is there someone here talking to us?
Unfortunately, the fate of Tevat cannot easily be changed. Perhaps a god may have a slim chance, but for anyone else, who can say? When a small animal runs into a tree trunk, though the tree may sway, it is not displaced. The same is true of fate, like a vase that falls to the ground. Whether it is broken by a cat or by a bird, the result is still a broken vase, is it not?
Who are you? How do you know about all this?
History does not change easily, but human hearts can. Believe your own eyes. Only that which you see is true. What is unseen is but an illusion.
An illusion? What are you hiding?
The voices disappeared. And who the heck was that? And what were they doing coming out of nowhere and saying all that scary stuff?
I don't know, the last time that someone talked to us like that, it turned out to be, Nahida before we had met her. Leave my eyes. Does she mean I should trust my memories?
Anyway, that vase is still lying there broken on the ground. Should Paimon go get someone to clean it up?
I mean, you could clean it up.
Feels wrong just leaving it there. Just a moment. Paimon will be right back.
Wow, Paimon's leaving. That hardly ever happens. I wonder what else awaits me in the future. Oh, this is a nice shot. Wow. It's done. The quest is done. Wow. Oh, and look, there's the thing. There's the thing that lets me change his name again if I want. Cool. Log in. Am I able to do this thing yet? Nope. Insufficient story keys. Oh no! Lame sauce. Making me do those things? Alright, well, I'll handle that in my own time. Oh, Paimon's back. Alright, well, that was fun. We made a new friend enemy in Sunny. And we'll have to see what awaits us with him in the future. It has been a very long stream. I'm gonna go have food. Until next time. Sleep well, sailors.